funny, when you said Staffordshire, I thought, I'm just wondering if he did play in that game.
So, again, that's a big sweep all along the floor, just the one out to the deep square boundary from Mid-innings.
So this was what, first round of the...
This was at the time, sorry for mentioning the name of the tournament, I don't know what else it would be, the National Westminster Bank Trophy. Not even sure the National Westminster Bank exists anymore, so maybe we get away with that. But in 1993, in the first round of that...
That's Stone, yeah, I remember that.
At Litchfield Road, Stone.
Because I'll tell you who played for Staffordshire was the old Lancashire and England seam bowler.
Ah yes, I just spotted his name on the list there. Wait for this ball, Georgia Adams coming over the wicket and Villiers there, yes.
I should know, God, his name just escaped me for a moment. Go on.
Paul Allott.
Of course it was
Paul Allott.
Because I just remember him screaming for LBWs about every other ball.
Onto the back foot, slightly shorter, and that's going to be another single to the sweep on the offside, who's Emily Windsor, big arm back in to Carla Rudd. How do you think you got on that day?
I don't think I did much, but I do remember when I came on the bowl, I had the feeling they were trying to target me a little bit.
You did bowl, you bowled 12 overs.
All right. I don't think I might have got one. I think I got one wicket.
Again, swept out to the leg side with a lot of runs coming, or singles coming down there. George Adams coming across. Got 2 wickets.
Wicket 2. I think actually I might have got Dean out.
You didn't. Sean Udall got him out.
Right.
Someone Waterhouse and someone Miles. Let's have a look at what their first names are. John Waterhouse and Simon Miles. Hello if you're listening. That's driven on the back foot up to mid off.
We won the game, I know.
Well, you'd like to think that Hampshire would beat Staffordshire.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the over, 58 for 3 from it. Felt like there was slightly more from that. Seemed like we were looking down to the square leg / point boundary in front of the pavilion a couple of times there.
It's funny how you remember odd games. I mean, why would I remember that? I don't know. It's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, I remember playing the odd minor county here and there, but I don't think I'd remember every single one we played. Although we didn't play that many, to be fair. Perhaps if I really thought about it, I could.
It looks like Robin Smith went crazy.
Did he?
Well, chasing down 166 to win, he scored 105 of them. So.
Oh really? Oh gosh. No wonder Paul Allott got excited trying to think you can get a wicket.
He did get one. He got Gower.
Got
David Gower. Here is Dean again, daughter of Steve Dean, but in her own right, Charlie Dean down leg side. She's obviously playing professional cricket where. See, father played minor counties. He played a couple of first class games. So Charlie Dean outside leg stump, swept, middled off the sweep, but only for a single. They keep finding the fielders out in the deep. Steve Dean played 2 first class games, one for minor counties against South Africans in '94, and in 2000 he played for the MCC against New Zealand A. So I think he was a big name in sort of the minor county scene. That's just turned away into the leg side, straight full from Dean. Just another single, Boucher doing the fielding.
Got a tweet here from Paul Barnes a little bit earlier. Sorry Paul, missed it. At Solent Sport, if you want to get in touch. Thank you for giving us this superb commentary. We have you on the tablet live stream on the TV and would prefer to be there. Still hope they will let us go soon.
We'd love you to be here as well. There's Charlie Dean coming round the wicket. Big loopy delivery, trying to force a shot. There's a chance for a run out here. That's a direct hit. Potentially Tyler Norris could have got Naeem Datani there. That was a quick single straight to Norris at mid-on and mid-off, sorry, because she was left-handed, and I think she was just about got back, but it was close for a second there. That's a nice shot. Lofted up over. Didn't quite get all of it, but lofted over mid-on, and they'll come back for 2 there. Villiers trying to get on the attack here, trying to target the spinners a little bit, trying to move the score on from 63 for 3.
33 these two are put on now.
Yeah, much needed when they were 30 for 3. But now in a much more settled position. Comes Dean again loopy, and Villiers came forward and then had to rock back on the back foot because she got there too early and sort of cut it away for a single. She's very much sort of changing it up, Dean, that she's pushes a couple through. Like there was one in that over which was full. That's the end of that over, 64 for 3. And then she bowled a couple which were a bit loopy and trying to force a shot out at the batsman.
Pete from Mars at Solent Sport says the commentary has just appeared on the live video stream. I know they've had one or two sort of issues, but generally it's there, so you can listen to us wherever via the BBC Sport website, and also if you want to watch the pictures as well, then it's via the Essex Cricket website and also the Hampshire Cricket website. So 20 overs gone. I'll take over from Alex for the next 10.
Pop away for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, go on, you disappear. You have a break, that's for sure. It's Georgia Adams again as well, and it's cut away on the offside by de Villiers. She moves on to 17. Datani, 43 balls for her 18, helping repair the Sunrisers innings after being 30 for 3. And Georgia Adams, the Sussex women bowling, and that's driven wide of mid-off by Datani, and they'll come through for another single. Very workman-like, and woman-like, I should say, partnership between these two. So into the 21st over, 29 to do after this. We had a little bit of sun when the game started. That's very slow, and it's a full toss, and down the wicket comes de Villiers, and that's played wide of mid-on, and that's gone for 4 runs. Lovely shot, lovely use of the feet from Maddie Villiers. And she moves on to 21 now, and it's 70 for 3. The Sunrisers just starting to get some momentum into their innings here. Yes, I was mentioning a little bit of blue sky we had when the players walked out into the middle, but ever since then we've had virtually full cloud cover. Let's cut away into the gap in the covers. There is a sweeper out away to our right. That's Emily Windsor. Throws the ball in. Always throwing the ball in one bounce to the keeper. But a single is taken. And Villiers moves on to 22. So a wicket so far for Lauren Bell and for Tara Norris. Midwood run out. These are the 3 wickets that have fallen so far. Adams bowls again. It was way down the leg side, that one, and that's going to be called a wide. And wicket keeper Carla Rudd had to move smartly to her right there. It's quite slow off spin here from Georgia Adams. Deliberately trying to take pace off the ball, making the batsman work hard and having to time the ball if they want to get the ball through the infield. There's a hard hit up to mid-on, and if it was picked up cleanly by Bell, there could have been a chance of a run out, but she fumbled it, and Datani was able to come through. Tried to hit it hard down the ground, didn't really time it, but took the chance and got away with it. Datani moves on to 20, 73 for 3. Last ball of the 21st over coming up. Villiers facing, and there's a reverse sweep there. It's gone very fine. That's a lovely shot. That is a lovely shot. The chase is on here, and the ball will actually just be picked up. I think that's Danny White there running after it. Yes, it is just below us, and the batswomen come through for 2. Lovely reverse sweep there. Perhaps a little bit of a hint of a top edge, which took the pace off the ball. But a lot happening in that over. Titani has 20, Villiers has 24, and the Sunrisers are 75 for 3. This is the opening weekend of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Other games going on today in the South Group. One other game going on in the South Group, of course, because there's only 4 teams in each group. Start of a new over from our commentary end, bowled by Dean, and attempted sweep by Tatani off the pad down the leg side, but wicket keeper Carla Rudd moves swiftly to the leg side to make sure there's no run taken. The South East Stars are playing the Western Storm, and the Stars are 59 for 5 in the 21st over there, so the South East Stars in trouble. Tatani drives, and it's through the hands of mid-off, and that's going for 4 runs. Just over the head of Tara Norris. She got her hands there, just went through her cupped hands, and Tatani had just enough venom behind the shot to take that through the hands and through to the boundary, and she moves on to 24. 79 for 3 then at the Sunrisers here in the 22nd over here at the County Ground in Chelmsford, Cloudfm County Ground. I'm allowed to say that every now and then, I think. I don't know, but I just have. Change in the field, actually. Poor Tara Norris for that slight, and I say it's only a slight misdemeanour in the field, has been taken out of that position, and Maya Boucher has been put in at mid-off, right on the 30-yard circle. Danny Wright's stayed at extra cover. on the back foot there. Tatani thought about cutting but left it. It's quite wide of off stump, but not called a wide by the umpire. Tatani remains on 24. Sunrisers 79 for 3 here. In the North Group, give you the latest there. The Central Sparks are playing the Northern Diamonds. The Sparks are 84 for 3 in the 19th. And the Lightning are playing the Thunder. Thunder 81 for 3 after 21 overs. You're up to date then in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. All these sides are playing 6 matches, 3 home and 3 away. As she's trying to cut that one. That was wide outside the off stump. Maybe not quite as wide, but Tatani missing out there. Ball going through to keeper Carla Radu standing up. And is there a bit of sun somewhere? Is there a gap in the clouds somewhere? Tatani hits it in the air. Has he got enough over mid-on? She has just. The ball just plugs a bit in the outfield as Georgia Adams runs back from the 30-yard circle. And the batsmen have come back for 2. Tatani just showing some intent there. Wants to hit it over the top when she can.
So I'm back now. That's 50 partnership as well. Just spotted on the big screen.
Ah, yes, 51. Thank you very much. 74 balls. That 50 partnership has come up in. So they're doing well, these two. Being bowls. And that's full to Tatani. And that's the end of Charlie Dean's 3rd over. She has 0 for 14. Georgia Adams at the far end has 0 for 14 off 2 overs. And the Sunrisers are 81 for 3. And we've got a hygiene and drinks break.
Yes. Just went down Nature Cool, but just the toilets downstairs. If you haven't been yet, very very nice down there, Kevin. The reason I say the soap is Love Heart smelling. So I'm going to be smelling my hands all afternoon. That Love Hearts are one of my favourite sweets, and they've got soap down there, and obviously. Oh God! 25 seconds or 30 seconds, however long I was meant to wash my hands. I obviously washed them, and they're very clean. And see, the reason we don't have crowds today is because of the coronavirus. That make sure do all the right protocols.
Right. I've just had a WhatsApp message here from I don't know who actually. I probably should know. It's probably a number that's in my phone that I haven't actually put in my phone recently. So I feel I should know who it's from. I will check that in a minute. But we were talking about Boucher's action a little bit, and that flick in the wrist that she has.
Yes.
And I got a message to say she did have problems with her action a couple of years ago.
I remember talking to someone about that. Yes.
And the ECB have done a lot of work with her, because I have to say it's sort of borderline.
Yeah, I did think that straight when she came
it?
on earlier. But yes, I do remember that she had to change her action 2 years ago.
Yeah, right, here's Paige Schofield back into the attack, but changing ends this time from the Hayes close end, as she's right on the money first delivery, as Villiers pushes it back to her. Paige Schofield's 3 overs from our commentary end, the river end, here at Chelmsford. Cost just 7 runs, and I said earlier, and I'm looking forward to seeing how she bowls again, because she varies her pace really well. I think it's very clever. Bowls, that's a slightly slower ball, and that's cut away off the back foot by Villiers down to deep point.
Why do you think the change of ends for Schofield, that she was getting a bit of success at this end, why do you think that end slightly...
Well, just mix it up. I think you just generally mix it up anyway, don't you? I think...
was it Dean this end that you want her to be bowling into a slightly longer boundary this way, maybe?
Yeah,
the right-hander
wind. Spinners and the wind. I'm just looking at the wind, actually. It looks right to left as we look, which is the pavilion.
Flag over on the far left side there. Looks very blustery. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise that you hadn't spotted the flag, but looks like it's...
I just realised who it's from, and the number actually isn't in my phone properly. Isabel, I am so sorry. And she's texted me to say I am offended. Izzy, I'm so sorry.
Izzy Westbury?
Yeah. That's a good length delivery, which is pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. I just find from time to time, Izzy, that I haven't put numbers into my phone that I should do, and you're one of them. So apologies. Thank you for the info. And please keep texting me, don't ever stop. And thank you for those nice comments as well earlier. So it's 82 for 3 here, the Sunrisers. Paige Schofield is going round the wicket here to the left-hander Tatani, and that's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Instantly, you know, even before it arrives at the batsman, you think, yeah, wide. Yeah,
coming across that angle is always going to be a wide. But very impressed with Tatani here, just the way she's been going about things. Obviously, you were talking about her big step and obviously her crab-like sort of almost quite short, crabbed sort of stance. That's batting very nicely.
That's straighter, and that's worked to mid-wicket. But there is no run. I'm just texting Isabel now.
Back. Yeah, obviously she's taking a big step earlier. That ball there, she didn't quite take as big a step. It almost sort of creeped up on her a little bit too quickly. But she's gone about her work very well here. It's 26 off 53, and you feel like she could explode at some point.
Datani hits that hard down the ground. That's 4 runs.
Just like that.
Yeah. She's threatened that several times in the last few overs. Hasn't always found the gap, but she did there. Well to Georgia Adams left at mid-off, and that absolutely raced away. She moves on to 30 here, Naomi Datani, 87 for 3. Earlier, Isabel, she texted me about you, I think.
About me?
Yeah, where has your co-commentator been? She's talking about time capsules from the 1950s, pick of the pops. Are you talking about some stuff?
Is this my...
Some songs. I think it must be your stuff. That's a wide down the leg side, but the batsmen run through it anyway.
For the national newspaper I've worked on for the last couple of years on the online, I did a couple of podcasts for them during the last World Cup, and I was on with a couple of very northern people, and I was asked whether I was part of the royal family. That my voice... Really?
Well, your voice?
Apparently I'm very posh.
Schofield bowls, and that's down the leg side. Well taken by Rudd, but again it's called a wide.
Well, I mean, the other two on there, I think one was from Lancashire and the other one was from the northeast, so I probably did sound very posh in comparison to them, but I've never thought of myself as a very posh person.
Schofield bowls, and that's a good length delivery, which is driven on the up to mid-off by Villiers, and that is the end of the over. So we've had 23 overs here. The Sunrisers, having been put into bat, on 91 for 3. Carr, Midwood and Wilson are the 3 wickets that have fallen, and Datani and Villiers doing a good job here. Good repair job for the Sunrisers. Datani has 30, Villiers has 25, and these two are now put on 60. I've got to do an update for Solent listeners on the South Coast shortly, BBC Radio Solent. So if I suddenly go into a very quick summary, you will know why. We've got Charlie Dean to continue with her off-spin from our commentary end. Flighted, and Datani hits that over mid-wicket just. But there is a woman deep, sweeping at deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single to the Sunrisers. They move on to 92 for 3. I mentioned other Rachael Heyhoe Flint games going on today. There's also several games going on in the Vitality Blast. It looks like mainly teams not from the South region, although Middlesex and Kent are playing. They're all at 2 o'clock this afternoon, apart from Worcester and Northamptonshire. That gets underway at 1 o'clock. That's turned away on the leg side by Villiers for a single, 92 for 3.
There just might be some things that we can add into the physical event next year.
Villiers has moved on to 26. Here's the update coming up right now. Here we go. Bit of a recovery here for the Sunrisers. They're 92 for 3 against the Vipers, having at one stage been 30 for 3. A wicket for Lauren Bell and also for Tara Norris earlier on, but Naomi Datani for the home side 31 and Villiers on 26 are just getting the home side back in the game. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
And to the weather this afternoon.
Down the wicket comes Datani and drives that up to mid-off. Boucher has just been put in there in the last over or so. Obviously considered a slightly better fielder than one or two others.
Tara Norris was there before.
She was, yeah.
Slightly taller as well.
Didn't want to mention names,
well,
though,
no,
Alex.
I was going to say that Boucher's slightly taller. That's because it went through her hands, didn't it, Tara Norris in the last over. That's why I named her there rather than Boucher.
Charlie Dean again with her off-spin, and that's cut away by Datani. Thinks about a single.
Not for that great fielder, Tara Norris.
Tara Norris, I know. See, there it is. You know, she's at, for me, at point. She's probably just as an important position there, because if Dean just bowls slightly short, then Datani can cut that away. So, but maybe she's better at point than she is at mid-off. Certainly was on that occasion. Here is Dean again, and that's cut away, and it's gone straight to Norris again. Great bit of fielding. She's superb there at point. No problem there. Perhaps we were thinking that Boucher was the one that was covering for Norris at mid-off. Perhaps Norris went to cover for Boucher at point. Perhaps we got it round the wrong way. 92 for 3.
They have both dropped a catch in this innings, haven't they? So they're both on -1 in that regard, although obviously both have taken a wicket with the ball. And, who are we going to get again this time? Get Paige Schofield again from the Hage close ends. And, so we've been mentioning Naomi Tami's batting, but Maddie Villiers can't sort of understate her. She's been slightly more attacking with her 26 off 37.
So here's Paige Schofield, and that's worked square on their leg side. There's nobody at square leg, and they run one. They're going to take the throw on. Throw comes to the keeper, and she's home. Sorry, I keep saying De Villiers like
yeah,
Villiers
no,
is
I
home.
said that. Sorry, that's my fault. I've put that into your head. Alice Monaghan out on the boundary out there, who I think specialist fielder would be harsh to her, that she can bat and she can bowl if required. But she's special. I think Emily Windsor described her as a gun in the field, and she does add a lot in there with both her arms and sort of the way she's sort of prowling that, to the right-handed, the leg side boundary.
Schofield with a medium pace then, bowls. And on the back foot, steering that up to mid-off is Villiers, but no run. The leg side field, I mentioned there was no square leg, there still isn't. But two ladies who are out in the deep. Backward square leg is Ella McLaughlin. I think I've got that right. Is that right? McLaughlin?
There's no L in it, is there? I've been trying to
cut away to Emily Windsor at deep point.
Work out for the last guy. I think it's McCawhorn.
McCawhorn, sorry.
Because there's no L there. That's what I've sort of come up with. But
sorry. She's away to our left, almost out of sight now, down towards third man for the left-hander, Tatani.
Boucher comes up on the leg side now, well into the ring. She's not on the ring. She's sort of a couple of steps in, or a couple of yards in from there.
Schofield again then, bowls, he's round the wicket. Tatani just pushes that good length delivery back to the bowler. Played well, Tatani.
So both these batsmen they've both gone about it exactly how they needed to. They sort of made sure they got themselves in, and sort of made sure that they've built themselves a platform from where they can attack, that getting towards sort of a competitive total potentially.
Schofield bowls, slightly quicker ball down the leg side, well taken by Carla Rudd, but again it's a wide. Sometimes mixing the pace of the ball up is good, but sometimes it can disrupt your rhythm, make it difficult to bowl straight and keep the balls in the right area. And I think Paige Schofield there has just paid the price there for just probably mixing it up a little bit too much.
The left-right combination isn't going to help.
Doesn't help either. Of course, that's even more mixing up as well. Tatani gets a straight ball, wants a single, no, as it goes out on the leg side, fielded by Boucher. Long flowing back locks out the back of her cap.
That Paige Schofield, born in South Africa, which is, as I think we said before we came on air, that I hadn't realised that she was a South African born. That always looked like she's
whereabouts? A big country. Comes in again, that's a slower ball, and that's hit hard to mid-on, and that's well stopped actually. That could have gone for 4 quite easy. It almost looked like it was going to carry all the way to Lauren Bell. She fell forward and kept her hands behind the ball. Did well actually. Certainly stopped 4 runs.
A long way for her.
They come back for 2.
Long way for her to get down as well there, Lauren Bell, with her height. Carl Abbott country she's from.
Natal.
Natal, Durban, KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal. Yeah. KwaZulu. I've been there. Yeah.
Exactly. You've been there and
been there, done that. Got the T-shirt.
You can pronounce words which I can't. I'm normally a writer. As long as I can spell it, it's usually fine. It's not used to having to sort of try and say Schofield rather than just in my head. It's always Schofield.
So we're halfway through the Vipers' innings. 25 overs gone, 25 to do. Of course, if the Vipers last all 50 overs, they are 98 for 3. And Tatani and Villiers have now put on 68 for the 4th wicket, and doing a very, very good job for the Sunrisers.
Just looking at Paige Schofield, she only bowled 99 balls for the Vipers. It doesn't show how many, the way this website works.
Dean bowls, and down the wicket came Villiers, almost yorked herself actually as the ball goes out on the offside.
Doesn't sort of show, have to kick back and forward to get through, but she took 4 wickets to the Southern Vipers in the KSL during her 3 years there. Kind of get muddled up between there, but she best of 1 for 1. So.
Well, the KSL lasted 4 years, didn't it? Really. That's a nice shot, cut away, gives herself some room, does Villiers, and that goes out into the deep, up slightly up the hill here at Chelmsford, away to our left.
Yep, 2016 to 2019.
Yep.
That, obviously, each year there, the Vipers won the first year, Storm second year, Surrey Stars third year, and then Western Storm beat the Vipers in the last year. But obviously I was covering each year, but sort of that first year was distinct. There was quite a lot of ins and outs from that.
Dean comes in again with her off spin, and that's nicely tucked behind square on the leg side by Tatani. Runs the first one quickly, gets her head down, turns, but no chance of a second.
But the last 3 years of the Vipers, quite more subtle changes in the squads that maybe sort of Lauren Bell came in for the last 2 years.
100 up for the for the Sunrisers.
In 99 minutes in the 26th over.
Yep.
But you'd like to think they're going to accelerate from there. That
well, they've certainly got a platform, haven't they?
These two carry on as the way they're going.
Dean bowls, and there's a reverse sweep, and it's missed, and it's missed the keeper as well. It's going out towards the boundary. Lauren Bell's running after it. We'll pick it up just inside the rope. I think that's going to be buys. I don't think that's touched anything.
Touched anything I ever know.
There's just that bit of bounce from time to time. We see that in the men's games here. Yeah. Simon Harmer gets loads when he bowls this end, doesn't he? He just sort of floats it up and it just bounces and
spits,
men around the bat. Yeah. And Charlie Dean has got the same there.
She had it a couple of times. I remember when she first came on, she had a couple which did.
Now that's hit up in the air off a top edge sweep, and it's fallen just short of Emily Windsor coming in off the deep square leg boundary, but they'll come through for a single.
It was in the air for a long time, but sort of in a big gap there between Emily Windsor, who was out on the boundary, and Lauren Bell, who was sort of slightly finer, and mid-wicket was sort of more straighter. So there's a big gap there for the ball to land in, and it's safe this time for Maddie Villiers.
103 for 3. Datani, the left-hander, back on strike. Charlie Dean round the wicket. Flighted, and she's trying to sweep that away. He gets wrapped on the pad. Carla Rudd runs back from position in the wicket keeper, just outside of the 30-yard circle, and that will be a... Oh, it's not a single leg by, so there must have been a slight inside edge on that.
Thought it might have hit the glove just down onto... That was my initial thought there.
End of the over then. 26 overs gone here in Chelmsford. The Sunrisers are 104 for 3. 35 to Datani. And we're talking about Western Storm, formerly of Western Storm, Datani. Didn't play a lot really, didn't get much of a look in. No. Doing well here today.
Have a look on the thing. Yeah, she played 3 games for the Surrey Stars in 2016, and then in 2017 she was there, but I don't think she played. And then played 22 matches for the Storm, but didn't really get a look in. That, I mean, Western Storm have traditionally been the strongest side, were the strongest side in the KSL, and they pack their top order with some extreme batting.
Change of bowling. Maya Boucher back into the attack, and Datani's trying to cut that away. Bottom edge into the ground, takes the pace off the ball and in quickly from point.
Western Storm batting lineup you had. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Charlie Dean. Yeah.
Had Rachael Priest, the New Zealander, at the top of the order, and last couple of years had Smriti Mandana, the Indian, who scored buckets of runs 2 years ago. Then you had Heather Knight, the England captain. You had Fran Wilson coming in. It just
Boucher in again, round the wicket. That's driven hard up to mid-off, but there's no gap there.
So Datani was sort of trying to fight for that sort of bat 5 or 6, and if somebody doesn't bowl, then you're only going to face a couple of balls. That sort of reflected in her stats that she was there for 2 seasons and scored 35 runs in 7 innings, but played in 22 matches. It's a tough place to play for.
Boucher, the right-arm seamer, bowling round the wicket, is flighted and it's down the leg side. Again, we're seeing just a change of pace, a bit like we saw with Paige Schofield, that it just sometimes takes the line a little bit wider from the bowling, and that was down the leg side, and that's signalled wide. 105 for 3.
She took 6 catches as well, though, so she obviously, if you're not going to bat much, you need to be a good fielder.
Yeah. Boucher round the wicket again, quicker, and Datani just about reaches that, sort of sweeps it away on the offside out towards deep cover. Had to really reach for that one, did Datani. Moves on to 36, 106 for 3. That's right, if you're not scoring runs, you need to be a good fielder.
Exactly, and Datani...
Keep yourself in the game.
Obviously, around in all 4 years of the KSL, that you deserve a place in the side if you can do that sort of thing.
That's right.
And if you are useful with the bat, you can come in and hit a couple of runs at the end of an innings.
Maddie Villiers gets wrapped on the pad, trying to work that away on the leg side. No run.
One thing I've just been thinking is how well they've rotated strike. They've not sort of had that many boundaries. I'd say Datani's got 3 boundaries, Villiers 2, the way they've both sort of rotated the strike in the last couple of overs, I think it's been sort of underpinned sort of their recovery.
Yep, agree. Very much the junior partner in terms of age. Maddie Villiers, she's 22, Titani's 26. So a bit more experience at the non-striker's end. That's a lovely strike to mid-wicket. Bit unlucky there. Lovely piece of timing from Villiers off just a good length ball.
Exactly, yeah. But obviously Maddie Villiers got the England experience and things like that, which obviously adds. So they're both very experienced out there. They're not.
Yeah,
I think
no.
when I looked at Maddie Villiers had played over 100 games for Essex through the age groups as well. That she's definitely a homegrown hero here.
And 4 T20 internationals as well. There's a lovely shot through the offside this time on the up. That's beautiful piece of time. It's gone out to deep point. Emily Windsor seems to make that position her own. Just towards the pavilion side of the ground here. But only a single. 107 for 3, 27 gone.
I can imagine Emily Windsor's arm's going to be hurting a lot. Her and Alice Monaghan both sweeping out there. That they're not tiny boundaries here. I mean, Chelmsford is a small ground, but
they're good boundaries sideways, aren't they?
There's a big. It's quite an expanse to get it over, and both Monaghan and Windsor have sort of got it through to the wicketkeeper, as you'd expect at this level. But sort of, you think their arms tonight, they're sort of, they might not have bowled like some of their teammates, but they definitely used their arm muscles quite almost as much as change of bowling. Danny Wyatt.
Oh, Danny Wyatt into the attack then.
Who very much fancies herself as a bowler, but doesn't quite get the chance with England as much anymore. She sometimes bowls for the first over of a game.
Yeah.
But bowls offies.
Another off spinner, third off spinner the Vipers have used so far in this Sunrisers innings. I was just looking at Villiers' 4 T20 games that she's played. She didn't actually bat in any of them.
No, I think with the T20 you have players like Anya Shrubsole and Sophie Eccleston who can hit the ball.
Is Danny Wyatt then bowls with her off spin, and that's quite slow, and that's turned away on the leg side. Come through for a single. I think that's off the bat. No, it's always a wide. So it probably flicked the keeper's. I'll say the keeper's pad. It's one of those where they've got the pads almost inside their trousers. So.
I hadn't realised it. I've never seen a wicketkeeper's leg so slim. Really, that's not just male females type thing. She's got very small. They're almost shin pads from here. Look from here that almost no sort of bulge up on the legs at all. With England, they've got big hitters and tail enders in Shrubsole and Eccleston, where Villiers, I think she's shown here, isn't a big hitter. She's someone who can nurdle it around and can rotate the strike.
That's Titani cutting away, finds the gap in the covers. Again, it's Windsor coming in off the cover boundary, doing the sweeping. 110 for 3. Yes, Danny Wyatt's got plenty of England experience, isn't she? 29 years of age now, Danny Wyatt.
I think she played in the 2009 World Cup final when they won the T20 there, I believe so. She obviously, I don't think she played in the 2017 final. I think she was left out of that game. I'll double check that in a minute.
Has pulled away, short delivery, it's gone out to deep square leg. Again, Emily Windsor doing the fielding. That arm is certainly getting a workout today. That was on the fall this time as well. It's just proving that she doesn't have to throw it in one bounce all the time. She can actually get it all the way.
Yeah, Wyatt didn't play in the 2017 World Cup final where England beat India at Lords, but she's been in and out of the 50 over side in the last year or two.
Oh, that's a drive, but a mistimed drive as it goes off a thick outside edge to Lauren Bell at backward point. Score remains on 111 for 3. Yeah, 74 one-day internationals and 109 T20 internationals. She's been around a bit.
She's been around. Let this ball go.
That's flighted, and there's a lovely sweep shot there from Titani out to deep mid-wicket. It's gone quite quickly as well. Moves on to 38.
And Danny Wyatt didn't quite find a home in the England side. That she sort of flitted around the batting order, got up to the top, came down, but sort of back end of sort of Mark Robinson's years, she sort of it was a year, I think it was last Ashes series over in Australia, where in the T20 she opened and scored runs for fun, and in the T20 she is probably England's best batsman on her day.
Bowls to Villiers. Villiers on the back foot and cuts that away. Again, it's found the gap. There are 3 ladies on the offside, all looking to save a single, and she's managed to found the gap once more. As that is the end of White's first over. It's gone for 7.
I think there's another ball. There's a
wide first ball, wasn't there?
Yeah,
of course there is.
She's found life down in Sussex now that she's if you've ever spoken
swept away, square on the leg side for a single. That is the end of the over. 114 for 3. Sorry, Alex.
If you've ever spoken to her, you'll know she's got a very sort of pottery drawl to her voice. She's very Stoke.
Yeah, born in Stoke-on-Trent.
I think she's won the BBC Stokes Sportsman of the Year quite a few years running.
Oh right, okay.
But I'm not sure if that's because there's not a lot of other sports in Stoke with
Stoke City Football
Stoke
Club for a start.
Well, yes, but I mean, in terms of that they've had a bit of decline in the last couple of years, and Port Vale haven't been putting up trees either.
No, that's true.
And obviously she's done very well in the last couple of years. As I say, she didn't play much in the Ashes series last year in the 50 overs. Because obviously in the women's game, the Ashes series is multi-formatted, that you play a couple of 50 overs, then have a one-off test, and then play T20s at the end, and you get points for each of them, which are weighted towards each format. And she was 12th man a lot up at Leicester, where they're playing the 50 over games, but then sort of came in to open in the T20s.
So we had another break, and going to get underway again. The extra is 3 byes, 1 leg bye. There was 14 wides as well so far bowled by the Vipers. I'm not sure how Charlotte Edwards, the head coach, feels about that, but that seems to me to be a fair number out of 114 for 3. So 28 overs gone, 22 to do. Here's Boucher bowling to Datani, who drives that. Good stop at point. Fortunately, the batsmen keep going through with their single, but that's a lovely stop there. Who fielded that one?
That was Charlie Dean.
Charlie Dean, yeah. Who's now making a way across to the other side of the wicket. Our side as we look. 115 for 3 now, the Sunrisers. Boucher. Right arm medium pace comes in over the wicket. That's short and very wide as well, and Villiers can't reach that.
Something which I always find curious, and I've noticed it with Maya Boucher today, and I think Katie George does it as well, and I think there's a couple of male cricketers do it. The sleeve on one side, sort of the bandaged, long sort of compression sleeve just on her left arm, but her right bowling arm, she doesn't have one, which I always find... Do you just get a sleeve, or do you cut off one side of it, or... and what benefit is that?
Yeah. That's another message from Isabel Westbury. Down the leg side, that's another wide. Talking about Datani, her KSL career arguably exemplified one of the key failings of the whole setup, in that it never quite worked out whether it was a bridge to help promising domestic players play elite level and possibly enter the next step, or a showroom for England internationals and overseas. In the end, out of necessity, I guess, it opted for the latter. Here's Boucher again, bowls, and Villiers drives on the up, but only to extra cover. That lady, Danny White, again. In the end, out of necessity, I guess it opted for the latter, but it meant players like Datani, outside of any England setup, becoming essentially specialist fielders. This is a fab opportunity for those stuck in between, in brackets, players. Good point.
And that's
that. Isabel Westbury, thank you. Here's Boucher again. There's a drive by Villiers, who hits Datani, actually deflects to mid-on. Throw comes into the bowler's end.
I think that tallies what we were saying earlier, as that this is the competition where these players do get a chance. I think Izzy's right that it was out of necessity. I think it just naturally that the best players and the players who are naturally going to be getting paid slightly more are going to have a more prominent role in the team, and I think that's just disappointing how that worked out.
Boucher bowls, and that's hit hard out to deep point. Again, Emily Windsor with the fielding. That's 1 bounce in this time. Not that I'm counting. 118 for 3 now. The Sunrisers? The Sunrisers. So I was going to say London Sunrisers before.
Early,
now, I'm sure they were the London Sunrisers, weren't they, initially? Or
were they somewhere? I'm not sure. I'm used to
But you said no, it has to be Sunrisers.
Because they've got so many of these...
Down the leg side, that's going to be another wide.
If we go through that list of teams which they're representing, that they represent Essex, which obviously isn't in London, Middlesex, which is, but obviously Northants, which is very much not, Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire, Hertfordshire, Huntingdonshire, Norfolk and Suffolk, that if you put London Sunrisers, then... Yeah,
that doesn't look right, does it?
Doesn't
Not
quite
if you're in Northampton.
And do they play in their home games at Radlett? Oh no, they're playing here, aren't they? Of course, they're at home. So
that's cut away by Datani, called through. Quick single by Villiers out on the offside. Good calling, that. Superb calling.
I'm so used to you when I commentate with you that it's Hampshire and sort of some vibes. I feel like we're at a home game here, but
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? But enjoying it immensely. Actually, it's been some good cricket out there on show. There's been some good fielding. There's been some nice hitting by the batsmen. There's been some good spells of bowling by Lauren Bell and by Tara Norris. As Boucher comes in, and there's a nice looking drive, which probably deserved more than nothing as it went up towards mid-off. Some of the drives I think on show this morning and this afternoon. There's been some lovely. Some of the techniques I think have been really good. You know, whoever coaching these ladies, you know, it takes a lot, you know, to sort of get, you know, to get good technique into people. Of course, there needs to be a bit of talent there, of course.
I think
if you're, you know, coaching as well, I think, especially in these games, because it's very easy technique to go out the window when there was a bit more pressure on games. But I've been very impressed with some of the driving off the front foot of some of these ladies.
Yeah, and I think you just look at the two head coaches of these two sides. That you've got Charlotte Edwards, who's England cricket legend, but you've got Trevor Griffin, the Sunrisers coach.
Good pedigree as well. Danny White with her off-spin bowls. It's a low full toss to Datani, who works that out on the leg side. Just had a good description of Datani's sort of KSL career from Isabel Westbury on the text earlier, which I mentioned. Yeah,
Trevor Griffin obviously won was coach of the Western Storm and won it twice with them. He's went out and did the WBBL, the Women's Big Bash, out in Australia, Sydney Thunder, and been involved with England as well. So he's
good pedigree. Danny White bowls. That's short, and it's hit in the air, and it's just short of Emily Windsor, who let it bounce. I think probably on balance the right decision.
Definitely the right decision. I think if she'd hurried in and sort of tried to get there, that she wouldn't have done, and may well have bounced over her and gone to the boundary. So good decision making there by Emily Windsor.
Yep, my fellow co-commentator on BBC Radio Solent. He's already done a few games with us this season with the men, Hampshire men. She's sweeping that away, Datani. Big shout to Danny White's got the decision. LBW, Datani getting that slightly wrong with the line. Got low down for a sweep. Hit her full in front of the stumps, and she's gone for 42. That's come off 74 deliveries, and the Sunrisers have moved to 122 now for 4.
Just looking it back on the stream, that's absolutely plumb as far as I'm concerned. Maybe a little bit of bounce, but I'm giving that out straight away. Datani did a very good job there, did exactly what her team needed her to do. 42, as you say, off 70, it's just gone up 75 balls.
75 actually with that delivery.
That she might be disappointed herself. She's missed out on a half century, and she's sort of swinging her bat across the line of what she probably should have done there. But she's put her side in a very good position now to sort of kick on and set the Southern Vipers a tricky score to chase down. That could be looking at about 200, just over 200, if they can continue where they've come from. I think it's Grace Scrivens who's due out next, and it is the left-handed batter from Kent, who another one who was with England over the winter. She got her first call up there, and has done well for Kent over the last couple of years.
Well, that partnership of 98 with Villiers came off 20 overs. So good partnership, very, very good partnership. Something the Sunrisers needed, and Danny Wyatt needed to take that on behalf of her Vipers teammates. They'll feel mighty relieved, because that partnership has certainly got Sunrisers back in the game from 30 for 3.
Okay, so it's another left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease, which I think the Vipers are hoping to get through quite quickly. They've got rid of one left-hander and got another one in.
White bowls, and Scrivens very watchfully plays that back to the bowler. And with all the 29 years of experience, Danny White knows that first cut the balls to a new batsman, just get it dead straight. Let the batsman make a mistake.
So just keep an eye on this. It seems like a strange backlift from Grace Scrivens. I don't know if it was just that last ball.
It is very, isn't it?
High backlift, and then almost played
back to the bowler.
Moves her hands lower for a bit, sort of moves hands down a little bit, and sort of before playing the ball. There's a lot of movement there. There's a lot of moving parts, which
there's a lot of bottom hand as well in the.
A very stance pointing out towards the leg side.
Down the leg. Oh, that's a wide. Down the leg side.
Sort of quite an open stance, high backlift. We've had a couple of those Hampshire men over the last couple of years with Jimmy Adams and George Bailey and a couple of those guys. Tom Alsop now has got a quite high backlift.
Grace Scrivens on the back foot, steers that out into the covers, fielded by Boucher. And that is the end of the over. A wicket taken over there for Danny Wyatt. She joins Tara Norris and Lauren Bell as the 3 wicket takers. The other one was a run out. And Wyatt has 2 overs, 1 for 10. Maya Boucher is in her second spell at the moment. She has 5 overs, none for 19. Scriven's yet to get off the mark off the first 3 deliveries. And Maddie Villiers has 36 off 54 deliveries. 30 overs gone. It's time for you.
Am I back on the commentator?
Unless you want to take a bit of a break.
I think I took that break a minute ago.
You're enjoying it.
I haven't felt bored yet.
Your knowledge is unbelievable. I'm so impressed, and it's a big help. Thank you.
This is Maya Boucher back into the attack with her right arm with her new bowling action. Thank you, Izzy Westbury. That's defended by Maddie Villiers. She's almost a third voice for us, isn't she, Izzy?
Yeah. Well, she's been commentating for quite a while and
Commentating,
knows her cricket, knows her women's cricket. She used to play for Middlesex Women, didn't she?
She did play for Middlesex. I think she had a KSL contract at Western Storm. I'm sure she'll correct you if wrong, but I think she was...
I think you're right. I think she played for Bath for a while. I think that's where that came out.
Bath, yes. She university down there potentially. No, she was Oxford. That's hit into her own pads there. I think
that's an ambitious shot.
It was a very ambitious shot.
I think that's that's a good length. Just short of a length straight, and I think she's trying to find a gap through the covers. It wasn't there.
Exactly. As the set batsman just lost a wicket, probably not the right time to be playing a shot like that, but she'll refocus and take her guard again. Yes, Izzy Westbury, the ultimate all-rounder, isn't she? That she writes. She has another profession as well. That's thick outside edge, and my Boucher can't believe it again. Then they're looking for 2, and they'll get 2. It's slightly slower around the outfield there. Lauren Bell had quite a long way to come round. She's swapped ends. She was at the far end for a long time fielding. She's now come in front of us.
It's quite funny actually how some of the girls have decided to sort of have a bun, haven't they, sort of at the back of their caps, and others are quite happy that when they do their cup up at the back, their long flowing locks sort of trail as they run round. It's quite funny.
Exactly, but all of them sort of into ponytails or buns, isn't it? That's slower, loopier delivery, all just gone through the fielder at backward point, and they're going to get a single. Is that
Charlie Dean?
I think so.
Yeah, just got underneath her arm, isn't it?
Yeah, she got down early. She read the ball, but it just seemed to might spun a little bit. It's a slower ball, sort of outside legs, long way outside off stump, and sort of jagged the bat down on it, and sort of might be a bit top spin that caught her out, but not much harm done. Just a single, and it means that Maya Boucher will be coming round the wicket, the left-handed Grace Scrivens, as she takes guard down at the river end, bowling from the Hayes Close end here at the Cloudfm Ground, Cloudfm County Ground, Chelmsford. I got a memo last year for the written stuff I do that you have to. It's a bit of a mouthful. Home of Essex Cricket, who are playing hosts here for the Sunrisers against the Southern Vipers. Here's Maya Boucher outside the stump and defended by Grace Scrivens. So looking over her shoulder quite a lot there. That definitely an interesting stance and way of batting, but she's faced 3 balls, hasn't scored a run yet, but is not out, so it's working for her at the moment as Boucher sends one of the fielders, I think it's Monaghan, out to sweep on the offside boundary, so there's space in there. Oh, beaten outside off stump. Boucher thought there might have been a little nick, and I think she's got a bit of a ribbing from a couple of her teammates there for being the only one to appeal there, but wasn't far from the outside edge. A bit of pace, bit of extra pace there against the left-hander. That ends the 31st over. 126 for 4. Scrivens yet to get off the mark, and Villiers still there on 39 or 58 after she and Naomi Dutami had rebuilt this innings after being 33.
So let's have a look at Grace Scrivens. Only played a couple of games for Kent Women last year.
I saw her play at Aldershot against Hampshire. She was run out first ball, so I don't think I can say too much on her batting there in the last couple of overs. Here's Danny Wyatt round the wicket, short into the pitch, and drew out to Alice Monaghan there. It's not Emily Windsor this time. They've swapped sides. They've gone for a bit of new scenery, and just a single for Maddie Villiers, who moves to 40 now. Yeah, she's played 2 List A games, or 50 over games for Kent, scoring 26 runs, and all 26 in one innings. That's again pushed into into the wicket by Danny White. Almost actually just trying to, her usual sort of type of bowling, is sort of trying to push it through back of a length, but the pitch is sort of soaking it up a little bit, so it's staying a little bit low, so that's just tickled down to
we get 2 here.
There should be 2 that Carla Rudd runs after it, and I think it's Emily Windsor who does come around. Oh, it's almost a direct hit there. It is 2 runs there, but just flicked round. Danny White obviously wasn't what she expected, that she sort of punched the air afterwards. It was a bit more flighty, a bit more bounce on it. That you almost get more bounce when you flight it rather than trying to skim it through and skid it off the wicket. She comes again round the wicket and defended. Very animated after her balls as Danny White. She
looks a good competitor.
Yes, and she doesn't. Isn't a secret how she feels after them, how she felt that ball went. That one, she sort of half kicked the turf. That's defended back, and she doesn't get. When she bowls a good ball, it's just a clap inside her own head, I think.
Good over so far, only 3 off it.
Exactly. Scriven's on 2. She's trying to get herself in. She came in last over. That's flicked off the pad, just tickled down. There should be 2 here off the pads as Emily Windsor comes round, thumbs it on the floor and gets it in. So there's 2 leg bys, and that is the end of the over. 4 from it. Sorry, 5 from it. 3 off White. She gives the ball back. Obviously, we're using a different white ball from each end, as they do in the men's game. Talking about the ball that I was looking in the. Kevin before the game gave me the rules and regulations and said
to look up. Yeah,
to look up
all the rules and regulations in 20 minutes.
27 pages worth. I got 19 pages through, to be fair. And now I've got to find where the ball is. But the ball, you do use a lighter and slightly smaller ball in the women's game. Obviously, slightly smaller hands and what have you. Everything else is exactly the same. So here's Maya Bouchier again from Hayes Coast End. That's driven along the floor. Very, very pretty shot, but Emily Windsor's out there again. They're confusing. They're swapping ends each time now. Windsor and Monaghan, and there's a single. They use, I think it's a 142 gram ball in the women's game and a 163 gram ball in the men's game. They're using a Kookaburra ball for this.
So is that a 20 odd gram difference?
About 20 grams, which...
Just trying to work out what 20 grams represents.
Yes, I don't know. I was hoping that you'd know.
Oh, hang on. I've got a water bottle here. I wonder if it tells me how many grams in weight.
It tells me millilitres, doesn't it? Maybe the biscuits we've got here will. That's we haven't opened them yet. That's driven into the offside. We've been quite restrained. We'll wait till lunch first before we do it. This is 175 grams. This packet of biscuits. This empty packet of biscuits. It says on the front there. So there's
I think 20 grams is nothing.
I think it's just a smaller ball rather than it being particularly lighter, because you don't want it to be too much lighter, because then you change the way it behaves. That's just flicked into the leg side. But I think a smaller ball is fair. There's always the talk of, and there was some talk on social media this week by many who don't actually watch women's cricket, who is talking about sort of having smaller pitches and what have you, and sort of have 20 yards rather than whatever it is. And when you speak to any of the women, that they want it just like this, that they don't want, that you have to create specialist pitches for them if otherwise. And that's a chance, caught and bowled chance to appreciate now, a chance of a run out potentially. That came back very hard, and it's going to be extras. Just misses the helmet as well. It's all going off on that ball, but that was hit very hard back at her. Maya Bouchier, drilled by Maddie Villiers, and she's got 2 hands, so she's clutching her hands now. She's going to leave a bruise. Put down, and they rushed for a single, and Bouchier had a shy at the stumps and just missed.
It's hurt her hand.
It has hurt her hand. She kept keeping it behind her back. I think it's going to bruise up. It was hit very hard back at her, wasn't it?
It was.
Even if it is 20 grams lighter, it's still going to leave a bruise.
Yeah. Maybe that 20 grams made a difference.
Yeah, maybe that's going to allow her. No, of course, no. She is ready to bowl again as she hares in towards us, and that's driven nicely again, straight to Danny White at cover. And so I get the feeling that Maddie Villiers wants to get on with this a bit now. That she's been in for a while, and not saying she's impatient, but I think she feels like she deserves to kick on when.
Looks a good player for 22 years of age.
She does, and someone who's not. As you looked when you looked at her England record, she's not a recognised batsman, but someone who hasn't necessarily played at this level. That's Yorker length and hitting to her own pads. Not played at this level. That played for Essex, who have been sort of Div 3, Div 2, Div 3 in the county game for the last couple of years. I don't think she would have played Division 1, and she wouldn't have played with against a lot of these players in the last couple of years. But obviously has played England and has been exposed to a very high level of cricket. But
yeah, just looking at her Essex record last year, played 6 matches for the Essex women, Maddie Villiers. Just over 100 runs, averaged 17. So, not a lot really, sort of, not a lot to go on there.
Do you know where she was batting in that order?
I don't. I haven't looked up individual games. She picked up 8 wickets.
Now, but
8 wickets, good economy rate of 2.7, but certainly batting-wise, she looks a better player than that.
There's nothing sort of like special about it, but she just looks very sort of organised and sort of, she's just dealing with everything that comes at her. That one bounced a little bit, she deals with that. There's a Wyatt outside off stump, and that's pushed into the offside, just outside the ring. There's only going to be one. That you feel like the way she, and I hope I'm not jinxing her here, but the way she's batting at the moment, the only way she's going to get out is by herself playing a slightly reckless shot. The way she's sort of seeing the ball and playing it along the floor, it's just if she wants to accelerate, that's how she'll get out at the moment. But here's Danny Wyatt again, coming around the wicket to her, coming across on the angle. That's well played again. It's sort of a cutty drive on the back foot to cover. Let's have a look at her games for Essex and where she was batting. Although it's not telling me on there now. That's Wyatt again. That's flicked into the leg side. There's a single. They have to be cut quick, but Lauren Bell does the fielding, and Grace Scrivens gets in fairly comfortably at the end. In the end, where's she gone again? Maddie Villiers. Scrivens kept her company for a little while now. 4 overs she's been at the crease, I think. Faced 13 balls for her 4. Has summarised on 137 for 4, which, when they were 30 for 3, didn't looked a long way away. That's slightly shorter, and played very confidently off the meat of the bat, but not with any power into the offside. There's Wyatt again, turns at the top of the mark and very quickly gets onto bowl again, and that's driven with a bit more power, and Alice Monaghan had no idea where the ball was. She'd stopped it really well, and it hit her leg, and she didn't quite know if she'd got enough on it or if it had gone through her, but she had, and just a single. It was one of those moments of sort of, it's behind you, but it's not behind you.
She played against the Vipers last year at Arundel, Maddie Villiers.
Maddie Villiers. Well, that was a Danny Wyatt masterclass there. That was hit into the offside there by Villiers. Danny Wyatt, one of the best T20 innings I've ever seen, if you've got the scorecard in front of you, that she absolutely took apart a really strong Surrey bowling lineup with sort of Nat Shivers, Darnay Van Niekerk, Maddie Villiers, all sort of come to mind straight away. I can't remember from Marizanne Katpay where she was injured that game.
110 off 60 deliveries.
Just fairly big boundaries at Arundel as well. It was quite a turnaround. We're having a drinks break here, by the way. But so the year before Arundel, they got absolutely pummeled by the Western Storm, and it almost put them in sort of bottom place in the division, and all sort of seemed lost. And years later, Danny Wyatt, some of the sixes and some of her hitting that day were better than anything I've seen in any sort of form of cricket.
Well, Maddie Villiers batted 9 that game.
Did she?
Which I suspect is probably somewhere where she's been, not far away from where she has been most of the time. And
in T20 cricket, that probably is where she's likely to go. That she's not going to get in the top order of professional teams with overseas and England players in. But 50 overs, this looks like if she can put a couple of performances like this together, that maybe give a couple of question marks to those in sort of the England setup, that she can bat slightly higher in the 50 over game. That she looks very mature for 22, and so she's not guaranteed a spot in the England side at the moment, with Sophie Ecclestone and Sarah Glenn bowling so well, and there's a raft of other spin bowlers, Lindsay Smith, Sophia Dunkley, players like that. But if she can add batting to her bow, then she very much bowled a bit more. Lauren Bell was coming back onto bowl after that break.
Yep.
And
good spell from her this morning.
Did bowl very well at the top of the order. She's having a bit of problems with her jumper at the moment. Where to put it? She can't give it to the umpire. Maya Bouchier there didn't want it. She just bowled a spell. She doesn't want to get it hotter. But what's her first spell? 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16.
Yeah, got Amara Carr caught mid-wicket by Paige Schofield for 4.
That was the first innings, first wicket of the day. Here she comes around the wicket to left-handed Scrivens, and Scriven almost made that seem like it was a very slow ball, the way she got into position very early to flick it into the leg side. But, if you had a look at what's happening elsewhere as well, this over is going on. There's a long bell, say back at the Hayes close end, around the wicket, full of length, flicked onto the leg side. Well played by Scrivens, but just a run out on the leg side. That's obviously here. Sunrise 139 for 4 off 34 and a half overs. In this group, we have Southeast Stars batting first and having a little bit of a collapse there. 119 for 8. Captain Natasha Farrant at the crease at the moment. That top score Rowe at 38. But, wicket for Hampshire's Katie George. Lauren Bell again. Villiers hit into the leg side. 3 apiece for Fee Morris, who was a Hampshire player on a retainer there, and Georgia Hennessy, who I remember more as a batsman. And then in the North Group, Thunder, who are the Lancastrian side. They're batting first, 146 for 4 after almost 36 over against the Lightning. Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross, the 2 England players batting at the moment. 50 for Ellie Thelkroyd, the keeper. That's hit into the leg side. Bell can't quite believe it. It moved in a little bit there and sort of thought she may have beaten her. So going okay there for Thunder against Lightning. And finally Central Sparks 137 for 6. Runs there for Davies, Glenn, and England's Amy Jones got 26 as well. Round up around the country. So here's Bell again, coming round the wickets to Scriven. Bit short and just worked into the leg side. Same with Scriven, it doesn't swing through it very much. It's all very touch, isn't it? Very touch play, just finding the gaps and sort of. And
it's all square.
All square either side. That's
mainly that sort of little leg glance, isn't it? Mainly, that's her main shot.
She seems to wait a long time for it and then just flicks it at the last minute. And I say it's worked well. That she's 7 off 18, but again, building a platform, allowing Villiers to maybe be a bit more expansive. But she's on 45 at the moment, and Villiers tries to be a bit expansive there on the drive, but inside edges it into her own pads. That's the end of the 35th over. 141 for 4.
Yeah, it's that slightly weird sort of way she's holding the bat, isn't it, really? You would think there can't be a lot of power behind any sort of front foot drives or whatever, so it's going to be a touch sort of game, and several times we've seen in only her 7 runs that anything that's sort of slightly good length on leg stump, she's in position waiting to just turn it away on the leg side for a single to find the gap, and that seems to be very much her game, built around that, her batting game anyway.
I think we just the umpire signalled a power play, which I made a note of when I went through all those 27 pages of rules and regulations earlier. That we obviously had the first 10 overs where you could have 2 batters outside of the 30-yard circle.
So we're in another one.
We're in another one. As Charlie Dean's come back at this end. She looks very, very similar to Danny Wyatt, with 20-something on their back. That's just flicked into the leg side, worked in it. And then at any point, the batting side can activate the batting power play, which is 5 overs, which can have 3 fielders outside the circle, and that looks like what we've just got here. We've got long on, deep square leg, and, well, I was going to say deep cover, but she's come up, so we're going to get her deep mid-wicket in. My Bouchier is going out to deep mid-wicket for the right-hander. So I think we've got 5 overs of power play, so I think Maddie Villiers
spotted you.
Kick on a little bit. It's when the umpires swing their hands over their heads and it's not a free hit, you get a little bit excited. Here's Charlie Dean again round the wicket, and that's straight and worked into the leg side. Shot of the days at the moment, or the main shot we've seen today has just been a flick into that leg side, just trying to use what pace there is and try and, if you can beat the fielder at short fine leg, good. If not, then there's a pretty easy single. It's the pace you're using. So Scrivens again with her very expansive stance. Ooh, oh, and she's out, caught behind. She put away the flick down to the leg side and went for a cut and just got a little top edge through to Carla Rudd, who caught very well there. So Scrivens gone for 8, Sunrisers 143 for 3, 8 off 20 balls for Grace Scrivens.
Yep, just a little top edge. Quite a simple catch really for a keeper standing up when there's no deflection. And 20 balls for Scrivens 8. And the Sunrisers have now lost 5 wickets with the score. I think it's 143. Yes, it is 143. Having been put into bat by the Vipers, who won the toss at 10 o'clock this morning.
I think she was invited into playing a more attacking shot by taking that power play where you want to take advantage of the fielders, or fewer fielders on the boundaries, that there's more potential to find gaps over or through the field. And I mean, there's fielders out on the offside for her, but didn't quite get the bounce of it. I think that was more of Charlie Dean's bounce there, which she has been getting off that good length that it has.
Yep, the Simon Harmer length.
The Simon Harmer length. Well, I can't wait till you get this end will be called the Simon Harmer end in not too distant future.
Do you think he will?
Must do. The amount of wickets. If he doesn't, he'll get a statue outside.
I prefer the River End.
I think, well, it's easier for an away commentator to turn up and...
I'd much rather... Well, River End's much easier than saying the Simon Harmer end. Isn't it?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't do much speaking, so it's.
Well, it's quicker, isn't it? It's just one word. Simon Harmer's 2 words.
Or the Harmer end, then. You got the James Anderson end up at Old Trafford.
Yeah, but nobody says it's the Anderson end, do they?
I don't know. I don't watch much Lancashire cricket, and on Sky it's always the James Anderson end. Lissy McLeod is the new batter. She's faced her first ball just into the leg side. She was one who was part of the Southern Vipers in the inaugural year of the KSL. She gets that through the offside. That's a nice shot there. Bit more intent. She's got a bit more power behind her. She's not going all the way though. Just a long boundary out there. They'll come back for 2. She won in the first year and then moved across to Western Storm and won in the second year as well. And I think she played in the third year as well. But another of these who didn't quite get a proper opportunity with all the overseas and England players. Back onto Izzy Westbury's point earlier of domestic players being in sort of the never regions of what the KSL was there for. This time that's down leg side and it is a wide. I thought if it wasn't a wide it must have hit something, but didn't. It turned off about leg stump and a bit of bounce and went past comfortably. Lissy McLeod, a Berkshire player. Experienced. She hits that straight back and caught and bowled. What a catch that is from Charlie Dean. She gets a foot bump from Georgia Adams, and Lissy McLeod goes for 2 off just a couple of deliveries. 2 in the over for Charlie Dean. And I was about to say what the score was, but the score's just ticked over. I think it's 145 for 6 now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, with those couple of runs earlier.
But what a catch that was from Charlie Dean. Right back at her and had to put in a bit of a dive for it.
Yeah, some good. Always be your best fielder off your own bowling, and Charlie Dean certainly was on that occasion. So this mini sort of fight back by the Sunrisers has just stalled again once more. They were reduced to 30 for 3 in the 10th over. That's when Fran Wilson was out to Tara Norris, and then Tatani and the lady in now, Villiers. Put together a stand of 98 in 20 overs, took the Sunrisers to 122 for 4, but they've lost 3 relatively quick wickets here, and it's just set them back a little bit. They're 146 for 6.
I think just taking that batting power play is just, it's almost a license for them to attack, and it's kind of put them in a bit of a sticky situation again. That 14 overs remain. That was the end of the 36th over. It was 146 for 6. The scoreboard has now come back onto the score. That glimmer of 200 is sort of fading a little bit now that Jo Gardner is Warwickshire. She won the T20 last year. As Bell outside off stump, that's nicely driven, but straight to Danny Wyatt at the cover by Maddie Villiers. She's part of the Warwickshire side who won the T20 competition last year. Before that she was at Northampton. Right-hand batter who bowls a bit of right-hand seam as well. I think there's a no ball. There's an extra fielder outside the circle there, I believe.
Oh.
The square leg umpire, eagle-eyed, spots someone was outside, and I've got a feeling it might have been
deep cover. Yeah, it might have been Windsor.
I think it's Emily Windsor.
It was. Oh dear, we'll have to give us some stick
You've
about
got
that.
Stick there.
Next time she's on commentary.
So it is a free hit. Opened herself up, and that area where Emily Windsor just was, the ball beats her. And it's a lovely cut shot for 4. Well played by Maddie Villiers, up to 4, and that's 50 for Maddie Villiers. 72 balls, 3 fours. That was her third 4, and no 6s.
She's played very well.
It's a very good innings. Important in the context of the game as well. That is, you want your England players to be standing up and leading by example, and she's done just that today.
Strike rate of 65 per 100 balls.
Which isn't bad. That's Sunrise's 150 up as well. It's a milestone o'clock. But that's, she'll like to go on and get a couple more though, and she will need to, as Bell there, and that's flicked into the leg side, and little splutter, and there is an easy single there really, but looked at each other and like, there's a run there, and eventually they decided to go. 152 for 6.
Just keep my eye on Emily Windsor there. She does, for those of you that don't know, she does some of the commentary with me on the men's games, and the next time she does, I think the T20, some of the T20 she's available for, will give her some stick for not being inside the circle when she should have been. Cost the Vipers a few runs there.
5 runs, I thought, with the no ball and the free hit 4. That's outside of stuff. Oh, hit on the pad. I think that's inside edge onto. Yes, you've got to ask her sort of how many people were allowed outside the circle, and sort of ask all that.
When the power play's called, yeah. I will do, don't worry.
Sorry, the Essex press officer Ash just saying goodbye to us. He's popping off home. He set up the stream, which hopefully is working very well for you at home, and you can hear us now. There's Bell outside off stump, driven beautifully. What a start that is for Jo Gardner. She's going to get a boundary first ball, that slightly over pitched by Lauren Bell, but it still needed the drive through the gap, pierced a hole and to the boundary. We've not seen that many boundaries in this innings. That a lot of running. That is just the 8th boundary of the innings. What a way to get off the mark. Second ball, driven to the boundary. Lovely shot. This time she guides it down to fine leg with a thick edge. I don't think that's going to quite reach it. It doesn't. I think it's Tara Norris who's cut it off, but 2 there. That Jo Gardner's coming with a bit of intent here.
Yep, it's a good start from her, that's for sure. 23 years of age. She played a couple of games against the Vipers last year. For the Lancashire Lightning.
Loughborough Lightning.
Is it Loughborough? Yeah,
Lightning. It's Lancashire Thunder.
Lancashire Thunder, sorry.
Lancashire Lightning in the men's game. It's soon you'll be calling Hampshire the Hampshire Royals, won't you?
She's used to playing against the Vipers.
But that's just defended. I think she only played 4 matches for the Loughborough Lightning, who won the group last year, I believe. No, they didn't. They came second in the group because Western Storm ran away with it and lost to Vipers in the semi-final. Just knowledge, Kevin.
Well, I have to say,
you know way more about
you
other
must
things.
have been up until 4 o'clock last night. In early hours of the morning, all this stat stuff you've got.
With all the Sunrisers stuff, it was all of yesterday afternoon, but the Viper stuff, I'm quite proud to say, it was all up here.
Yeah,
it was all up here.
No, to be fair, you followed them for a while. Haven't you?
But I'm still quite a recent convert, or not convert to women's cricket. I wasn't against it before, but it was the KSL which did sort of, by sort of being asked to cover it for the ECB Reporters Network, that sort of enjoyed the games I covered, and it's just snowballed from there. That that's full bouncy and just cut away, thickish edge down to third man. But it's. Would have gone to the. I did go to the World Cup in Australia, the T20 World Cup at the beginning of this year. I would have gone there just as a spectator, but I picked up a little bit of work as well. But I do really enjoy the women's game. I think it's something that deserves this professional standard and this tournament, and the streams we're getting today. That swept for a single there by Villiers getting us on to 54. That I think women's cricket in this country needed this competition, and this is hopefully the competition that KSL sort of promised to be. When the KSL first came out, that there was talk that it was going to be there was going to be a T20 version and 50 overs the next year, and didn't quite work out like that. And but now, say every player which I'm looking at now, everyone who I can see at the ground at the moment is being paid to be here, which hasn't been the case in women's cricket. For obviously the KSL they did, but in county cricket, and a lot of these players were being paid for the first time. That's just defending the leg side. And I said earlier that a lot of them had to wash their own. Well, they've all had to wash their own kit. They have to make their way to the ground on their own. They've had to pay match fees and stuff. Yeah, a change is afoot, and we saw that with the Women's World Cup earlier this year, with 86,000 odd people into the MCG. That's clipped into the leg side by Gardner. They're both two right-handed now, which causes a little bit more brain power. But yeah, women's game is on the rise. Big kudos to the ECB for getting this going this year. Obviously, they always promised that they were going to be retainer contracts this year. That's cut off the driven off the back foot for a single. Georgia Adams quite ungainly does the fielding on the circle. That there was always going to be money put aside for this season for 2020, but when you had the lockdown and the coronavirus and stuff, that it would have been easy for them to sort of sweep it under the carpet, but they fulfilled their promise, and here we are. That's pushed through a bit and down leg side, and that's a wide ball from Charlie Dean. Gardner did go for a big sweep, but couldn't make contact.
Another wide. There's been a few wides, isn't there, in the... I think that's the 20th wide, I think, if I'm keeping score right.
I don't think you're going to be too far along. That's a big hit over mid-wicket. Big slog sweep, and that is going for 4, yes! Danny White out there slid and tried to flick it back to Maya Boucher. She throws the ball into the ground, and it's 4 runs for Joe Gardner, 11 off 7. Sunrisers 168 for 6.
Thanks, Alex. I'll just take over for a moment because I'm going to do an update for BBC Radio Solent listeners on the South Coast during their news bulletin. It'll be a very quick one, so it won't take long. As we've had 38 overs here now at Chelsea. It's a 12 to do. Sunrisers inching towards that psychological 200 mark, and as long as Maddie Villiers is out there, could be well past 200 as well. So we've got change of mind. I think this is Paige Schofield back into the attack. I think scoreboard hasn't quite ticked over yet. Paige Schofield has got a wicket to her name, and here's that update coming up right now. It's bowled. Well, you join us just as Maddie Villiers hits Paige Schofield over the top for 4 runs, and Villiers moves on to 55. Played some England T20 cricket for England. The Sunrisers have moved on to 172 for 6. We've had 38 overs. We're in the 39th over right now. 30 for 3 the Vipers had the Sunrisers, but there's been a partnership between Tantani and Villiers, which has got them back in the game. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Also get their season underway this afternoon with a trip.
So pushed back by Villiers, back to Schofield. Alex Smith will take back up with the commentary. I'm Kevin James. We're with you for the whole of this game via the BBC Sport website and the live stream on the Essex cricket feed, and also via the Hampshire Cricket website. And you can also get it on the Hampshire Cricket app, which is free to download.
It is Paige Schofield bowling. The scoreboard, and that scoreboard has just caught up as they all run to mid-off. Just gets in there, but scoreboard was quite slow to catch up there. That it was Schofield, not Bell, continuing at the Hayes Close end. And that was another run from Maddie Villiers. She's moved on to 60 now. Again, keep repeating it. She's batted very, very well from the position where she came to the crease at 30 for 3. She's taken the Sunrise up towards 200. That's flicked by Joe Gardner, who's batted very well since she's come to the crease. Well accelerated. She'll get 2 there as she flicks it. Down to fine leg, a big chase on for Tara Norris, who we'll probably see come back into the attack not too distant future. But run rate has crept up. Run rate has crept up here for the Sunrisers since Joe Gardner's come to the crease. He's 11 off 8. Maddie Villiers' strike rate of 75, so just beats the outside edge there. Just pushing slightly outside the off stump is Gardner. But we said earlier, she's a Warwickshire. She's one of the few players outside of the Sunrisers sphere of influence, which is Essex, Middlesex, Northampton, Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire, and a whole heap more, as that's driven not too comfortably up to mid-on. No real power, no sort of desperation to keep the strike, as that's the end of the 39th over. Sunrisers 175 for 6. Maddie Villiers, the England and Essex, well, I would say spin bowler, but is proving herself to be an all-rounder today. 60 off 79, and Jo Gardner still 11 off 10. If you are sort of a South Coast listener or listening on BBC Solent today, that Jo Gardner is one of your own. She's a Isle of Wight born seamer, so not sure how long she's spent there. There's a lot of her cricket career has been played on the main island, across the sea. As that's bowled by Dean, that's chipped into the covers but doesn't quite carry, and there's trying to pinch a single there but didn't quite. Big long backup by Gardner at the non-striker's end. There's a couple of oohs and ahs, but nothing doing. That's a big sweep along the floor on the leg side. Well picked up there by Villiers, and Danny Wyatt, the highly experienced Danny Wyatt, is not going to let that through at that pace, and it's just a single. And field changes slightly as Georgia Adams comes in to sort of a shortish mid-wicket. That's flighted up and forces Gardner onto the back foot and pushes it for no runs. She sort of thinks to herself how she could have played that with a bit more whip, maybe, if she'd picked it up slightly earlier and cut it with a bit more power. This time she's cramped a little bit more for space and just flicks it into the leg side, which has been a nice sort of gimme run, really. Not that Vipers have given that run away, but it seems to be the easy way of sort of, when they're bowling on the legs, just flick it into the leg side with pretty much a dead bat and take a quick single. Here looks to advance and then sort of onto the back foot and uses power, but again all along the floor to Danny Wyatt on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Long boundary there in front of the pavilion. The pavilion here at Cloudfm Ground, Chelmsford. Again looks to advance but sort of quickly goes back and flicks it, uses the pace of it to hit straight to Lauren Bell's right at short fine leg. That's another single, and the score moves to 179. So we look through the bowling figures on the screen, that all fairly similar sort of run rates for the bowlers, all of between 3.5 and 4.5, other than Dean, who's gone for almost 5, but just to pick up 2 wickets. Really good caught and bowled not so long ago, and caught behind to Carla Rudd. She's pick of the bowler so far, but a wicket apiece for Lauren Bell, Tara Norris, 2 opening bowlers who bowled very well at the top of the innings, and then one for Danny Wyatt with her off spin. I think it's going to be Paige Schofield again. We just had a bit of a wait there while there's a couple of drinks brought out, and not full-blown drinks break, but just a refreshment for the 2 batsmen, Jo Gardner and Maddie Villiers. And now after that little bit of wait, it's Paige Schofield up to the crease, push back at her, and that is out. It is out. There's a second there where they sort of looked up and did, was that a bump ball? But no, straight back to her. Another caught and bowled. Jo Gardner's gone for 13 or 14 balls. Paige Schofield has got herself on the wicket column. That, say, they put up the wicket for a long time on the Essex scoreboard here, so you can't see what the actual score is, but Gardner there was adventurous, 2 4s in her 13 or 14 balls. First ball of the over, and it's 179 for 7, and that 200 mark, it's almost magical 200 mark. Just on that horizon, you sort of, nice target to go for at this point. I'd like to think they'd get there in just under 10 overs, but tail enders now. We'll need a lot of Maddie Villiers to sort of guide them through, take as much strike as possible. So that wicket, just a full delivery, and well caught on the return by Schofield. Wasn't powerful or anything like that, but still have to do it. That's her second catch as well. She took the first wicket of the day at mid-wicket, So just look at that wicket back on the stream, just a full ball, just straight back at her. New batsman is Patel, Sonali Patel, the Middlesex right-arm seamer, right-hand bat, as she sort of tries to flick that into the leg side, but sort of it's all very sort of almost lethargic there, trying to flick it in, a slowish ball. No run, dot ball, and Paige Schofield wicket dot to start this over, the 41st over of this innings. That's just outside off stump, and Patel sort of drives slightly there. That look through the stats that she is a bowler, mainly Sonali Patel. That one of these who went out to Australia in the winter with England Academy. That she got a call up for that, first one I believe. And she's beaten inside the bat there, I think, by Paige Schofield. Again, it's pushing at the ball rather than sort of driving, not looking fully confident in what they're trying to do at the moment. But she wasn't part of the KSL. She's only, I think, still a teenager. That's pushed nicely into the offside, well timed, gets a single.
She's only 17.
She's only 17. I had 18 in my head, but for some reason I didn't bother putting all the ages down on my research, which is...
there you go!
I think it's laziness on my part, because... No, it is, because I saw the sites I was using just had the date of birth, and I couldn't be bothered to work out what that worked out as an age. And she goes for a big sweep over mid-wicket, and Maya Boucher just out of her reach. That if she was... I mean, she's a tall girl anyway, Maya Boucher, but if she was a foot taller, she would have clawed that down and got a single. So Patel off the mark there. Only a single though. There's fielding was done behind her. My one stat, I do have a stat for Sonali Patel that
yes.
When she was aged 11, which is probably only a year or two ago, that she scored a 60 for Harrow Town Boys.
Right.
Which is quite some doing.
It is, isn't it? Wow.
That
she looks quite petite out there, doesn't she? Looks very much the 17-year-old, the sort of almost a baby out there.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie Villiers isn't a tall girl either. When you've got sort of Lauren Bell, Maya Boucher and Georgia Adams around, they look very, very small.
They do. So Charlie Dean to continue with her off spin, 8 overs 2 for 39, and she's going to be bowling to Sonali Patel. And the right-hander facing now, and that's flighted, and she's just cut that nicely, timed that nicely. Oh, where's Villiers going? She's having to turn back smartly, throw comes in, stumps are broken, but Villiers is home. She's halfway down almost.
She wanted the single. She I don't know what they said between overs there, but you'd have thought they said, try and get me the strike, I've been in for a while, I'm a batsman here, you're a bowler who's coming in at number 9, and potentially a run there, but Patel had no interest at all, and Paddy Villiers was sent back a long, long way.
Charlie Dean comes in again it's flighted, and off the back foot, that's worked up 2 extra cover. They run, he's going to be run out by miles. Well, what's going on there? Villiers is out by a country mile, a bit like Katie Midwood was earlier, but, she dived in, but there was absolutely no chance there. Complete chaos there between the two batsmen. I think the ball before didn't help, and the way Villiers is walking off suggests that she's less than happy, but 64 to her name off her 83 deliveries. She's played really well.
Can't sort of take anything away from her innings. As I said earlier, that the only way she was going to get out was something as though he were playing a slightly reckless shot, which would have been perfectly allowed at this point in the innings. But it's a run out here. I do think that sort of they must have been talking there and said, get me on the strike whatever happens, and they went for the whatever happens rather than using sort of what the situation actually required. And Matty Villiers there, that's gone for 64. What a 64 that is. What a start that is for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. First 50 maker for the Sunrisers as a club, and they'll be happy to know that it was made by an Essex player on their home ground. I'm sure she'll take pleasure in that. I'm sure she came up here and was watching Ravi Bapara and Ryan Tenderscarter through her childhood. And
Kelly Castle is the new batsman who turns it away, or tries to turn that away on the leg side, but Charlie Dean's bowled her wide straight away. So the Sunrisers total moves on to 183 for 8. Kelly Castle, 22-year-old all-rounder from Essex.
Also, a couple of problems trying to Google her.
Ah, did you? Right, that's turned away on the leg side, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
The search engine, you type in Kelly Clarkson with a Kelly Castle
Kelly
with
Clarkson?
Kelly Clarkson.
That's turned away
Maybe
through
thing.
the vacant square leg area, so she's off the mark.
If you do Kelly Castle with a Y, it says, "Did you mean Kelly Castle with a IE?" And it's a castle up in Scotland.
Well,
Looked,
let me tell you, she
very nice.
took 10 wickets at 11 apiece in last year's 50-over competition for women, playing for Essex. That's very flighted. My word, that was high, and that's wide outside off stump this time.
I believe she's the Essex captain and opened the batting for them last season, so she fancies herself a little bit. Did 77 runs in 7 games last season.
Steered to point by Patel, no run.
50 over competition. Another proper Essex home breed, born in Southend. Just down the road from here in Chelmsford.
Patel just guides that behind point. They'll come through for a single. That's proper running between the wicket this time. I'd like to know who called that one when Villiers was run out in that over. Mind you, you have to say, whatever happened there, I suppose that's Villiers' sort of comeback, really, isn't it, for running out Katie Midwood early on in the innings in the 6th over. Paige Schofield, the thrower both times.
Fran Wilson, who ran out.
Oh, sorry,
earlier,
well,
sorry.
it was, sorry, yeah.
I don't like
sorry, Fran Wilson.
I don't like to
you.
correct you,
No,
but
please do.
Stand up for Maddie there.
No, please do. Gosh, yeah, please do. Gosh, no, I'm not going to get it all right.
You're the professional here. You're the.
Showing me up a little bit when you don't know the teams that well.
Oh, I think you've done a very good job as well.
It's very kind of you.
Ever modest Kevin James has done a very good job
and
today.
Your stats is unbelievable.
Together.
Here's Schofield then, bowling, and she's beaten outside the off stump. Patel just prodding forward. And we are in here at Chelmsford, the 43rd over. Sunrisers 186 for 8. And Villiers the last one out, making a fine 64. That came off 83 deliveries, I think that is. I'll just check that. Schofield bowling from the Hayes close end, and that's a nice neat tuck away on the leg side by Patel. Gets a single. 187.
So who do we still?
8.
Last batsman after this will be Katie Wolfe, who is definitely a bowler. But, she's very promising right arm bowler. But yeah, it's make what you can in the last couple of overs. I think none of them are.
Kelly Castle facing Paige Schofield, just turns that down towards third man. Good running. Danny White does the fielding.
What does a runner ball get us from here? If it's 6 and over. Can't do maths. 220-ish.
They'll do well, wouldn't they? 8 down.
Which if they can just rotate the strikers. I think it's starting to rain. There's a little bit of drizzle around. So whether that affects what happens.
So Patel guides that to backward point. Again, White doing the fielding. She's got a good throw on her, I have to say. Straight over the stumps to Carla Rudd.
Has been very impressive, the fielding.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
There was sort of a
couple of drop catches by Boucher, but
all of them tough though. With T20 World Cup over this year, there was sort of a question mark over some of the fielding and some of the sides.
Schofield bowls, and suddenly Patel's trying to cut that away. Quicker ball that time to speed up her pace. Keeper standing up.
Particularly sort of in the air, the catches, there was quite a lot of them which sort of went down and sort of it was a bit disappointing. There's quite a lot of good ground fielding. Thailand in particular, obviously the minnows and debutants at that World Cup sort of put all their work into their ground fielding, and that looked excellent.
Schofield again, slower ball, and Patel drives but doesn't time it. Quickly in at cover is Charlie Dean. That's the end of the over. That's 43 overs done now. So potentially 7 to do. Sunrisers, I think, will do well to use up all those 7, because they are 8 down currently at 188. Patel has 3 and Castle has 2.
What are we doing in terms of the cut-off time? That each innings to be 3 hours 10 minutes. What time do we start? 10:30. Should be fine.
Should be right. That's
20 more minutes away.
Yeah. Is it?
3 hours and 10 minutes would be
would
be 3:40. 1:40.
Dean bowls, and that's driven, but with a slight inside edge as he goes out towards mid-wicket by Castle. So 44th over here. Dean bowling her last over here. She's in the 10th over, 2 for 43 currently with her off spin. Bowles again, and Castle turns that away square on the leg side for a single. Laura Bell comes round from the 45.
I feel she's bowled slightly better than going at almost 5 and over. That there's 2
Agreed.
wickets obviously well, and I think it's mainly that they sort of tried to milk her a little bit, but I can't remember too many boundaries. I think Maddie Villiers might have cut her. I can't know if that was her or Danny Wyatt from this end. Raining a lot more heavily now as well.
Isn't it? Dean Bowles slightly quicker, and Patel misses the cut shot there. Yeah, it certainly is. There was forecast for sort of just to be overcast really all day, but I suppose when you've got the heavy cloud above the whole time, I suppose you shouldn't be surprised when the odd bit of rain comes. He's trying to cut again, and she's very open stance there as she tried to cut that ball away, and again it's gone through to keeper Carla Rudd.
When are we going to get the floodlights on? Because they're brand new this season. They've got new floodlights here.
I've just noticed that when you said that.
They're very bright, we saw the other day.
Patel works that square on the leg side. Good call in by Castle. Realised there was a gap there. 190 for 8. I'm looking forward to seeing those on, because I'll be honest.
Gloomy ground, isn't it?
I'll be honest with you, the ones before were average, to say the least. But I think they were one of the first ones up, so you can't blame them.
Yeah,
but they do look good.
They're very, very bright.
Now there's a lovely cut shot there from Kelly Castle. It's gone very fine. It's running towards the third man boundary. It will be cut off. They run 2. And the total moves on to 192 for 8. So the Sunrisers moving towards 200 here. They'll be happy with that if they can. Certainly after being 30 for 3. 200 probably off 50 overs is probably sort of a bare minimum that you need to try and put the opposition under a bit of pressure. It's a good wicket here. There's been a bit of bounce, as we've seen from our commentary end, especially for the spinners. We've talked about it a lot already. The Simon Harmer length, which is a little bit full. And there is definitely a bit of bounce there from time to time, which has caught out a few of the batters, but nevertheless, it's a good wicket. And you would have thought that if the Vipers bat well, 200 should be well within their reach. But Alex is right, the rain is starting to really team down. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a break. There's a shot and caught a mid-wicket. Maya Boucher, she's held onto it. Oh, that's hurt her hand. She got hurt earlier with a caught and bowled which she dropped, and it's the same right hand, but she's managed to hold onto it. Patel goes for 4. Boucher, good catch from her. Schofield takes another wicket, and the Sunrisers lose their 9th with a score on 190.
Skid off the pitch a little bit there, didn't it? Came a little bit quicker with the greasiness coming down from the rain, and Maya Boucher, as you say, she took a hefty whack on the hand earlier when she dropped one off her own bowling. But there, she's definitely in pain there. She pulls away from the rest of the group. They all celebrate. She sort of just sees she's in quite a lot of pain, but she'll be enough to continue. She's not on the ring at mid-wicket. She's a couple of steps in, quite a few steps in. She's more of a short mid-wicket, and the ball came hard at her, but she clung on and did a good job. And Sunrisers now 9 down.
Yeah, apologies, it's 192, not 190. And Patel departs, and the last woman in,
Katie Wolf.
Katie Wolf, yeah. 19 years old, another teenager. 19. Plays for Middlesex with you.
Was she one of the ones who was out with England? She was in the England academy till 2018. Middlesex's top wicket taker last year with 15 wickets, and has a hat-trick. Got one against Somerset.
Ooh.
So one to look out for a bit later on, but let's see what she can do with the bat now.
Fortunately, that rain has subsided, so I think we'll keep going, even if there's a few drops in the air, which there might well be as Schofield bowls. It's full, it's straight. She's gone for the full straight delivery, hoping that Wolf would just play across it, but she didn't. Played it with a dead straight bat. The score remains on 192. Coming towards, actually, the halfway through the 45th. Very cold conditions today. I think it's set to be cold throughout the bank holiday weekend, which is not great cricket weather, but nevertheless we're getting some play in as that's pushed up towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's a bit fresh with the windows open here.
It is.
But obviously privileged to be here rather than
yeah, I'm enjoying it. I've enjoyed this.
I think it's been a very high quality game. Good batting, some really good bowling.
Certainly, Schofield bowls. It's a low full toss which is turned away down towards fine leg. It's picked up cleanly, and that's just a single. Who's that down there?
Number 8. Is that McCorn?
No. Yes.
I'm
glad you said it and not me.
Haven't seen much of her.
No, we haven't.
So
No,
far,
she's been fielding down that way. She's sort of tucked away, almost out of our vision here. We've got a totally 3D. There's a little ramp shot, which I think she's missed. Because Carla Rudd couldn't take it cleanly behind the stumps. I think that's going to be a bye, is it?
I thought she hit it. Oh, yeah. I went into Carla Rudd's helmet, I thought. But are we going to have a concussion test? I think it hit her quite hard enough to hit her in there. Yeah, we're going to have a concussion test here. I think the umpire's stepping in.
Yeah, he's demanding. He's demanding that we have a break.
Which is right, as we saw in the rules and regulations earlier, is to be rules and regulations, Alex, for a second.
Yeah, well done. Well done, you.
You can have a concussion substitute in here, like you can in the men's game and in sort of the international scene. But she'll have to have a check that anytime anyone gets hit in the head, then the physio has to come on and check that she is okay, and
should be all right.
Physio check she should be. It didn't hit her particularly hard, but we did see in the almost
that consultation lasted about 5 seconds.
That it wasn't
anyway
thorough, but if the physio says it's okay. But we did have in the World Cup final, the Women's World Cup final earlier this year, the Indian wicketkeeper Bhatia got hit in the head and had to be substitute replaced.
Okay.
So it has happened in the women's game before.
Right, so we're getting underway again then. It's Wolf facing Schofield, and Schofield again gets a ball which is full, straight, and it's just pushed quietly on the onside. And that's 45 overs done here. And the Sunrisers are on 194 for 9. Let's quickly go through some other scores for you as we come towards the end of this innings. In the other Southern Group match taking place today, the South East Stars 163 for 9. Looks like their innings is coming to an end shortly. They're coming towards the end of the 48th over there. And in the two Northern Group games, the Central Sparks were bowled out for 144 in the 39th against the Northern Diamonds. And Thunder 180 for 7 in the 47th, and they're at the Lightning. So we've got... Is this Tara Morris back in the...
Tara Norris.
Tara Norris back into the
it
attack.
is Tara Norris.
With her left arm round the wicket seam bowling. And,
moving...
5-1 for 18 she has.
Alison Monaghan being moved from square leg right round the boundary over there to a more deep fine leg now.
So the Vipers will be hoping to finish off this Sunrisers innings as she comes in now and bowls. It's full, it's straight, and it's a beautiful drive up to mid-off by Kelly Castle. Worth a few more runs than none.
Kelly Castle also in Scotland.
Yes. Still a bit of rain in the air here. I fear that if they go off for a break, if it sort of hangs around, will we come back on? I don't know.
I don't think we're going to be stopping in this sort of way.
That's a low full toss, which was tried to guide down to third man, but missed. Well taken by Carla Rudd, who's been excellent behind the stumps today, actually.
Yes, a couple which would have bounced just over the stumps, which sort of bamboozled the batsman and her, but of Dean and Wyatt earlier. But other than that, I think she's been exemplary.
She has.
Which you expect with someone of her experience and her placing in sort of the way she played for England through her youth.
Just the one catch though. She played a miss there, and I think again that's missed everybody. It's going down towards the boundary. Now I don't think that's anything, is it?
Nope.
No, 4 byes.
4 more byes.
There has been the odd bye, but when that ball bounces as that does from this end,
isn't it? Just on that length. If you go too short, it just sits, comes down lower. But that length, it's almost like there's a bit about sort of half a metre long, which is made of concrete or something, and just jumps off it, or even a trampoline or something underneath it. The way it bounces.
Yeah. So 4 more byes to the total. I make that 8 byes now in total. I think we've had 2 lots of 4 byes from memory.
Yes.
Here's Norris again. That's pulled away nicely. 1 bounce out to Maya Boucher at deep square leg. Just a length ball, helped along the left side, but well timed.
Yeah, we've had 38 extras. We've had the 8 byes, 5 leg byes, 22 wides, and 3 no balls.
Yeah, probably a few too many wides in the in that column, I think.
Yeah.
So 199 for 9. The Sunrisers on the verge of getting up to that 200 psychological mark here, and we are in the 46th over, and it's going to be Wolf to face. As Norris comes in again, and that's a top edge sweep down on the leg side. 1 bounce to Boucher, running in off the deep square leg boundary.
I think she's trying to hide down there with her her hand. She's gone out of the action. She'd been in sort of the circle most of the afternoon. She tried to hide down there, and they're coming to every ball now. Typical, isn't it?
So the Sunrisers 200 is up, and that's come up towards the end of the 46th. 178 minutes in total. The innings, and we're coming up to about 1:30 now. BBC Sport website, you're listening to us. We're also on the live stream, Essex Cricket and Hampshire Cricket. That's pulled away on the leg side as well. It's gone down towards fine leg.
Ooh.
Kelly Castle. Oh, there's a misfield down there at the far end, and they'll come back for 2. The ball's perhaps getting a little bit slippery on this outfield now. We've had a sort of rain in the air and sort of a light shower now for the last few minutes, and that ball will get very soft and skiddy. Be difficult to pick up cleanly. End of the over, 2:02 for 9:46 gone, 4-2.
It's going to be Paige Schofield again, I think, to round off her 10 overs. She's bowled her first 9, 2 for 33. Took a nice caught and bowled the last over earlier on, and then the catch by Maya Boucher in her last over.
Yeah.
To get rid of Patel.
Couple of wickets for Schofield, couple 2 for Charlie Dean. They're the main wicket takers. Here's Schofield again, and that's hit towards mid-on. She's going to be out caught, and that is the end of the Sunrisers innings. 202 all out, and Wolf goes for 2, caught at mid-on, and the Vipers will need 203 for victory.
I think that inning sort of seesawed either way, didn't it? That Vipers were on top at the beginning, at the end of it, and Naomi Datani and Maddie Villiers both sort of kept it going in the middle and pushed it towards the Sunrisers. I think both teams will be relatively happy with the way they've played here. The Vipers may, after their start, would have wanted to get them out for slightly fewer, but you're always going to get a partnership somewhere. While I think Sunrisers, after the partnership in the middle, might have thought of getting slightly more than they got, but I think overall we're in for a bit of a cracker here.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much, Alex. He's going to take a very well-earned break. He's not used to doing these long stints behind the mic, but I think he's done a fantastic job so far. More to come, of course. The covers are coming on during the break. Maybe more of a precaution than anything, but I think we will get the odd little bit of just rain in the air while the players take food. And we'll be back with you shortly. So just to brush you up and keep you right up to date with the total here, 202 all out, the Sunrisers. That was in the 47th over, and the chief run scorers for the Sunrisers, Naomi Datani with 42, but Maddie Villiers with the top score with 64, and they put on 98 for the 4th wicket. That came off just 20 overs, and for the Vipers, 3 wickets for Paige Schofield, a couple for Charlie Dean, and a wicket each for Danny Wyatt, Tara Norris and Lauren Bell. So when we return, I think the break, because I know Alex has looked up all the regulations, is 40 minutes. It is, it's around 40 minutes, 45. It doesn't really matter, 45 minutes anyway. Have a break and join us for the Vipers reply, when hopefully the rain, what little rain there is, will stay away, and we'll be back with you then. I'm really surprised. No, mate, I'll tell you what. They definitely have a few overs. I think that few overs are yeah, maybe it's 2 overs, right? Just makes it, just helps. Yeah, it's easier to get away. You didn't go, did you? No, it won't at all. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's that first half. But some people might not. I'm worried just on Monday now. Right at the top of my head, otherwise it was worth it. It definitely was a confidence to get in that message as well. If it was shit, you would say it was shit. It was one of a number of numbers. People called me. No, I've got yours. Welcome back to the County Ground in Chelmsford, or the Cloudfm County Ground, whichever you want to call it. But fortunately, the sort of light rain is just about keeping away. The covers that came on a little bit during the break have gone. The two umpires are making their way out onto the middle, and the floodlights are on. Brand new floodlights here at Chelmsford, and I have to say, what a difference they make. Anyway, they're certainly needed. Let me put you in the picture as to where we are in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. First of all, let me reintroduce your commentary team, myself, Kevin James, and in a moment, local journalist Alex Smith. I'll bring him in a moment. But as regards the state of the game, the Southern Vipers won the toss earlier this morning and invited the Sunrisers to bat first, and the Sunrisers were bowled out for 202 in the 47th over. Chief run scorers, Maddie Villiers made 64 off 83 balls, and Naomi Datani made 42 off 75. They put on a partnership worth 98 in 20 overs for the fourth wicket, and the Sunrisers needed that because they were 30 for 3 at one stage. And for the Vipers, Paige Schofield with 3 for 33 from 9.1 overs was the chief wicket taker. She also got a couple of run-outs as well, a couple of good throws from her, which ran out a couple of the Sunrisers batsmen, so she's had a good game so far. Charlie Dean with a off spin, 2 for 47. She bowled her full allocation of 10 overs. Danny White picked up a wicket, so did Tara Norris and Lauren Bell. Both Bell and Norris opening the bowling and bowled well earlier on. So 203 needed by the Vipers in this opening weekend of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. A new competition this year, contested between 8 regional hubs, 4 in the south, 4 in the north. A competition that's lasting around about a month, with finals day in Edgbaston. So we all look forward to that, and whichever team gets through to that. This certainly the first half of this game has been a good one. There's been some good batting, there's been some good bowling, there's certainly been some good fielding, that's for sure, some good catching, and it's been a good advert for the women's game so far. Let's hope the second half lives up to the same billing. So we're just about to get underway, and I'll bring Alex in a moment once I work out who's batting and who's bowling. It's going to be Georgia Adams to face the first ball, and hopefully Alex has worked out who's bowling first.
I think it's Wolf or Castle. I've narrowed it down those two, but I could still be wrong.
Here we go. It's right on over anyway, and Georgia Adams strokes that into the covers.
Wolf.
There's no run.
Katie Wolf.
Katie Wolf is opening from the Hayes Close End, 19-year-old bowler from Middlesex, and it's Danny Wyatt, long-time England player, who's at the non-strikers end. So Georgia Adams, daughter of Sussex and England's Chris Adams, just pushes out again to extra cover, and there is no run. Enjoy the first half?
Very much so. I thought it was an excellent advertisement for women's cricket, exactly what was needed in the first sort of games. You didn't want teams getting rolled over for very little. We saw good batting, we saw good bowling, we saw good fielding. It was just excellent cricket all round, really. 202 is a pretty competitive total, but we'll see how we go in the second half.
So Wolf bowls again, and George Adams finds the gap off the front foot. Beautiful shot through extra cover. The chase is on here. 2 of the Sunrisers fielders are after it, and the ball actually held up quite a bit, actually, as it was making its way out towards the rope. They'll complete 3. I was quite surprised, actually. I think that light rain over the outfield, and I haven't seen the rope go over it, so maybe that has affected things. That really did pull up quite abruptly, about 10 yards inside the rope.
Yeah, you're going to get 2 sides of it, where if it's in the air and sort of it can skid on a little bit with the dew, but in that case it just sort of sapped and sort of just dribbled slightly.
Certainly did. Right, so 3 without loss, the Vipers, and Danny Wyatt, one of the England's centrally contracted players who's been allowed to play the first 2 rounds of this competition, is going to face.
Looking forward to this.
Yeah. Wolf comes in and bowls, and Wyatt just strokes that behind square on the offside. Lovely shot to a full-length delivery, And that's going to be. Oh, I tell you what, that's for me. That's 4.
Is
that 4? As the fielder just picked it up just inside the third man boundary, but I think their foot touched the rope. But I don't think we're going to have too much of a discussion.
Yeah, so I had the window. The window pane was in my way there. I was clapping the dive from Patel, but didn't actually see what had occurred there. So I can't.
Sonali Patel fielding just below us at third man, 17-year-old. We'll see her in action a little bit later. 5 without loss, and Wyatt back on strike. So 2 runs were scored there. And Wolf bowls again, and there's a lovely shot through extra cover through point, and that's going for 4. Full outside the off stump, and Wyatt just touched that, and that raced off the bat. Didn't even get a full flow of the bat. That's all timing.
It has been her undoing in the last couple of months with England, though. That sort of, she gets caught at point quite often, just not sort of going through the shot and sort of guiding it straight to. But those 2 shots there, she's just perfect touch. Just got the length, got the pace of the ball, and just used both of them perfectly to get almost to the ropes and then to the ropes.
So Katie Wolf's first over being expensive already, as Wyatt just plays her off the back foot as easy as you like. Wow, what an easy style she has. You can see why she's played so much for England over the years.
You just see the difference between that and the Sunrisers batting. The Sunrisers didn't bat badly by any stage, but you can see that step up which Danny Wyatt offers, and her eye and her timing is just... I mean, she's head and shoulders in this match, but also sort of in world cricket as well. It's not sort of... If she does go berserk here and win the match on her own, it wouldn't be a negative against the Sunrisers. It could happen to South Africa, it could happen to Australia, it could happen to anyone.
Well, Jo Gardner is going to be opening the bowling from our commentary, and I mean, I know she's a good player. I've heard her name mentioned many times, and I'm looking at the one-day internationals and the T20s she played. I mean, you're getting up towards 200 or so, which is an amazing amount. But when you mentioned that game at Arundel last year, the Vipers played in, and she almost won the game herself, and I looked it up, and she got 100 and odd off about
60 balls.
60 balls, and you think, well, you don't do that unless you can really play. No matter what standard, who it is, where it is, that's some play. So here's Jo Gardner then. She's also right on medium pace bowls, and Georgia Adams drives through extra cover, found the gap. And that could be going unless that ball's going to pull up. And I tell you what it is, although it might just make it. No, it doesn't.
Oh, that's good.
Good pullback. Good pullback there. And I think the Vipers might just find that they won't quite get full value for their shots like the Sunrisers did, because the light rain that we've had, and it's only been light, but it's just made a difference to this outfield. 12 without loss.
I think we're talking about Danny Wyatt's shot making and her timing. That from Georgia Adams, she's played a couple so far which have been really...
Yeah.
If, say, at Arundel last week, that outfield, the one against Surrey, the speed that was going across the outfield, that would have gone for 4.
Yeah.
Pretty much anywhere else. This is a long boundary, but it's just a little bit damp.
So it's Adams to face it. Sorry, it's Wyatt to face, isn't it? As she strikes that back with a point. That's a low full toss outside off stump, and that's 4 more. What a start here from the Vipers.
They just come out with a lot more energy. That Sunrisers seemed, even though they lost the wickets earlier, they seemed like they were just trying to get through the opening spell. That Norris and Lauren Bell bowled really well at the top of the innings. These two haven't bowled badly so far. There's a little bit of width, but it just shows the quality of these two batters in comparison.
Wyatt's timing especially. I mean, I've never seen the girl bat before, and in just the 4 balls I've seen enough. Here's Gardner again, and Wyatt leaves that alone outside the off stump. Good stride in there, quite happy to let it go through to the keeper. Absolutely no pressure on at all. 16 without loss. We've only had 9 balls of the Vipers reply. They need another 187 from here, and it all looks so easy. But of course it's early days. A wicket or two can change things. We see it very often, especially in one-day cricket. But at the moment, you have to say, if I was a Sunriser, I'd be a little bit worried. Here's Gardner again, and that's straight. That's a nice delivery, as Wyatt just quietly plays that towards mid-wicket.
Neither of these bowlers are mugs either. You've got Wolf, who was Middlesex Young Player of the Year last year, and England Academy and all that. You have Jo Gardner at this end, who was part of Warwickshire's title-winning side last year in the T20. That they're not bad bowlers. They're just maybe made to look a little bit like it was.
No, that's turned down to fine leg by Danny Wyatt. More runs here. It won't go all the way. Comfortable 2 for Wyatt, who moves on to 12 from just 7 deliveries.
I hope the West Indies are not watching this back in the Caribbean. Are they preparing to come over, or have they already arrived? They're a little bit terrified, I think, if Danny Wyatt's going to be like this in that series.
18 without loss then, the Vipers, chasing 203 for victory. Still very overcast here at Chelmsford as Gardner bowls, and Wyatt again just leaves that one alone, quite happy to just play the balls that she wants to play. Already got the Vipers off to a decent start, and put the Sunrisers under pressure.
It's different so far, sort of the movement in the ball, that Lauren Bell was obviously getting the ball to move quite a lot, and Tara Norris was getting a lot. There doesn't seem to be quite as much movement then as there was there.
I would say the fact that the ball's travelled across this way outfield means that it's just taken anything out of it. I would say, I mean, I must admit, personally, I wouldn't want to bowl with that ball. Normally you can have a white ball's hard work anyway, but
you obviously get 2 new balls at either end as well.
Yeah.
Both of them have travelled.
Yeah, well they have, but it's just the moisture they would have picked up, and I think that certainly won't be helping the bowlers. So Katie Wolf with her second over from that Hayes close end, right arm over, blonde hair, wide outside the off stump, called wide. Georgia Adams doesn't need to play.
Quite like her run up, very upright, and then quite slinky when she comes into it.
Yep.
It's almost like very upright as you'd expect coming into the crease, and you expect a really sort of traditional action, and then she sort of sinks into a slightly more sort of Malinga, Phil Edwards type action at the end of it.
Decent pace, isn't she, really?
Yeah.
Here she comes in again and bowls to Adams, and Adams drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. We were saying at the break, actually, we were talking to somebody here, that the Sunrisers played, was it not Southeast Stars, they played a warm-up game.
They played Lightning, I think.
Lightning, that's right, in a warm-up game a few days ago. The Vipers played the Southeast Stars last weekend. Georgia Adams scored just 10 in that game. So not much of a build-up for her. As Wolf bowls, or she's playing a missing outside the off-stump. Bit of a flail there to her length ball, quite wide.
Yeah, I think she's trying to go slightly wider, isn't she, here, Wolf? That she's trying to get them playing outside the off-stump. We saw that wide ball earlier on, that while Vipers seem to try and tuck the batsmen up, that they're trying and force them into an edge or a missed shot into the covers.
Yeah. There's Wolf again then to Georgia Adams, and Adams strokes that out towards extra cover. Can't find the gap, and there is no run. Georgia Adams had the first year with the Vipers.
Yep.
Yes, I know you've written all this down as well. Then moved to Loughborough Lightning.
Yes.
Now back with the Vipers.
Back up there.
I've stolen a stat of yours.
No, it's not my stat, it's the world stat.
Well, it is, but I just think you've been so impressive with your stuff today. It's been absolutely awesome.
So I've just gone and looked at the scorecard from the Sunrisers Lightning game, because we were talking about that. So.
Wolf bowls and Adams drives and plays and misses.
Wolf in that game, both 5 overs, 1 for 13. So coming with a little bit of form there. Let's see, who did she get? She got Amy Freeborn. I can't remember her first name.
You just said Amy.
I think it's Amy.
Oh, right.
I think so. I know it's got an A at the start, and I think it's Amy. Yeah. But the Sunrisers beaten by 5 wickets in that game.
Wolf in again to Adams. Oh, she's playing a missing that side of the stump. It's a no ball this time. Not a bad over from Wolf. Is that a free hit?
Should be. It is.
It is. Yeah, umpire signalled it. So Adams can virtually do what she likes here, and Danny White's just going to give her a little bit of advice, walking halfway down.
Hit it for 6, I reckon, is what she said.
Yeah, just whack it wherever you like.
Just whack it high and hard.
Yeah, just go for it. So where is Wolf going to bowl this? I would say she might still
go outside off stump.
Yeah.
I would, if I was
bowls. It's outside off stump. That's for sure. Adams gets it off the bottom of the bat. They'll come through for a single as it goes out towards point. So maybe not quite the result that the Vipers wanted, but anyway, it's a run nevertheless. 21 without loss.
She didn't look like she set up to hit that hard. She's almost in a zone of that. We're in a zone where you don't need to hit hard. That don't get ahead of yourself too early. That we don't need the quick runs now. That just stay in your lane at the moment, and we can accelerate later,
definitely.
Even if it is a free hit.
It's quite tall, isn't she, Georgia Adams? Certainly compared to Danny White, that's for sure. Here's Wolf again, and White just waits for it and plays it to point. Yeah. And there is no run. I think that was Katie Midwood did the fielding there. Oh no, it wasn't.
29. I've now got numbers all over. It's Grace Scrivens, I think.
Yeah, sorry, it was. Yeah.
I've got numbers on different pages now. Vipers, I had it all on one page for this time. I've got them all at the top here, and it's all going to be rustling of the papers you'll hear in the background. And
3 overs gone then, 21 without loss, the Vipers, and the Sunrisers very early on were cautious against some accurate bowling from Lauren Bell and Tara Norris. They only had 7 after 3 overs. So the Vipers
they lost a
racing
wicket
away.
or 2 by now, hadn't they?
No, their first one they lost at 10.
Was it I mean, in terms of runs rather than
Yeah.
time, but yeah.
So here's Joe Gardner then, right arm over again, bowls, and Adams strokes that up towards extra cover. No run. That's Naomi Tatani there. He scored an excellent 42 in the Sunrisers innings. That came off 75 deliveries. The left-hander. That was her giving the encouragement as well. You could probably hear in the effects mic. Gardner bowls again, and Adams strokes it up to mid-on, goes to Patel. Gets the body behind it, but allows the batsman to come through for a single. She wasn't in a position to pick it up and throw. Went for the stop rather than the chance of a run out. 22 without loss now, the Vipers. Wyatt back on strike. She looks every inch, doesn't she? A sort of a player that knows she's a good player when you just sort of look at her body language.
She's got swagger, isn't she?
Yeah. There's Gardner bowls, and Wyatt just turns that quietly on the leg side, knows there's a gap there at square leg, and just picks up an easy single.
It's Tammy Beaumont who always has the Tammy swagger, which is well known that she's obviously opens quite a lot with Danny Wyatt and opened for the Vipers the last couple of years, but she's known to have a swagger out there. But when you don't have Tammy there, that Danny Wyatt looks a bit more pronounced. It's just she knows she's going to score runs. It's some sort of confidence there.
23 without loss. Adams tries to pick that ball up on the leg side. It's only half stop behind the stump, so they come through for a bye, although it is signalled a wide. And behind the stumps there for the Sunrisers. Just trying to work out, who was it again?
Sorry, I was looking back at something else.
Yeah.
Where was it? Was it number 44?
Keeper. No, keeper.
Keeper is Captain Carr.
Carr, that's right. Of course it is. No. I'm missing my notes as well, half of them. Here's Gardner again, and Wyatt pushing forward to a good length delivery, which is straight, and it's back to the bowler.
Sorry, I was looking down because
Yeah,
I'm doing a bit of writing as well today.
Oh, you are, yeah.
I was trying to remind myself of a couple of things which happened in the first inning. I was looking at Fran Wilson's wicket. See, not that I'm going to say exactly what happened in detail. I just wanted to say where she flicked it to, and wasn't listening to you. I'm sorry to ignore you.
Not many people do listen, so don't worry about that. You're not unique in that. Now Danny Wyatt drives on the up, but hits it to Tarni at extra cover. Ring of fielders there on the offside. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them actually, all saving a single, ranging from backward point up to mid-off.
Who's out?
A really tight-knit, close circle that.
Using third man and fine leg as their
2 outfielders.
Fielders outside.
Gardner again then to Wyatt. That's way down the leg side. That's another wide. It's been a feature of this game, isn't it? The Vipers bowled a few, and already the Sunrisers are getting a few in. 2 already in this over. 26 without loss. The Vipers need another 177. Live commentary on the BBC Sport website online with myself, Kevin James, and Alex Smith. It's also the live pictures via the Essex Cricket website and also Hampshire Cricket website, and also the Hampshire Cricket app, free to download. That's cut down to a third man by Danny Wyatt, and she will pick up a single, and the Vipers move to 27 without loss, and Wyatt's going to keep the strike. She's on 14, Georgia Adams on 8, and Gardner has finished her second over, 2 overs for 15, and Kelly Wolfe has 2 overs, none for 12. So the Sunrisers have already got a bit of thinking to do here, because the Vipers have got away to a decent start.
But they've those first 2 overs were heavy scoring, but the last 2 haven't been too bad. The wides, if you're going to win this match, you need to cut down there. I know the Vipers gave away quite a lot, but just with the strength of this Southern Vipers batting lineup, where they bat all the way down to probably about 7 or 8 there, you'd look and think they're comfortably going through. You see sort of Schofield and Dean could be 4 and 5 or 5 and 6, and they won a match, or almost won a match last week for them.
Wolf edge, then it's caught. Oh, it's dropped. Oh, it's been put down. Oh my word, it would have been a fantastic catch from the keeper, Amara Carr. That she dived to her right. It looked like she had it in her right hand, and I think as her elbow and her arm hit the ground, it just took the ball out of her glove.
Don't want to drop Danny Wyatt, do you?
That was Danny Wyatt, yes.
You don't want to drop her. That's dropped on 14. Sorry. Don't want to hope that doesn't come back to bite you.
Whoa, that could have been a big moment. Here's Wolf, bowls, and Adams on the back foot. There was a fielder out at point, deep point, or deep cover really, not point. There was a point. Fielder's a bit further around, I believe. Yep. Well, that would have been a fantastic catch. It was a first slip catch, really.
Yeah, they had a first slip in, didn't they? And up and
took it out.
Took him out, and she got across well to it. Was it just when the elbow hit the floor, it just fumbled out?
Yeah.
Tough one.
As White cuts that away. Good stop at point. Very, very good stop at point.
So
is that Fran Wilson?
Yes,
yep.
It's Fran Wilson, number 35. But I think that's sort of the difference between the two sides, is the way that Sunrise were hitting it was sort of maybe a bit more delicate with that and trying just to tap it, while Wyatt is getting a bit of this backbone behind it.
She doesn't she?
And that's sort of the difference, I think. The intent.
Bowls, and White's playing a missing outside the off stump there. I think she seems to find some power from what is seemingly little effort.
And a little frame as well. She's small, she's probably about 5'3", 5'4", maybe slightly taller.
Yeah.
And the amount of power, she's got to say, I've seen her bat for England and what have you, but that go back to that innings at Arundel and just the way she was clearing those ropes without ease.
Yeah. Well, they've now put the first slip back in, which may be shutting the stable door and all that, as Wyatt just guides that to backward point. Put Lithy McLeod in there, but you fear that might be too late.
Well, for that one chance it was. I mean, she is sort of feeling outside that off stump a couple of times and sort of deciding late not to play it, but yeah, it seems like they've missed out on that big chance there. And how many more chances will Danny Wyatt give you?
Wolf again then from that Hayes close end. It's swatted away out to deep cover. Bit of width there. And Wyatt will pick up a single, moves on to 16. And the Vipers move on to 30 without loss, and Wyatt's done it again at the last ball of the over. That's a sign of an international player.
Farming it, isn't she?
Yeah, just keep the strike, keep the momentum going, and play the game at your pace.
Were there any bad ones when you were playing who did that?
There was a few did it, yeah. Well known. I won't mention any names,
no.
But it's well known there would be a few players that would do that. Fifth and sixth ball, you always knew there was a single coming.
But talking about in your day, sort of what was women's cricket like? Sort of obviously you played at Hampshire and Middlesex for years and years. That what sort of women's setup were there then, and how we can obviously see how it's changed into what we got now.
Well, I never really came across it until I went abroad. When I used to go spend 6 months in New Zealand, and that, the clubs that I play for all had women's sides attached, and I'd never really come across that at all. And it was just seemed the norm over there. So that was the first time I'd sort of been brought up. Well, not brought up with it, but come across it. Joe Gardner then to continue from our commentary end, and Wyatt just steers that down to third man as easy as you like, stylish as you like.
I imagine there was England with sort of Rachael Heyhoe Flint was really in her prime around in the 80s and what have you.
I remember a game being on BBC TV. We are talking a long time ago, where the women's cricket test at Lords was shown on BBC TV, and I remember Rachael Heyhoe Flint playing in that. But they would have been few and far between.
Exactly, it would have been Hampshire and what have you.
Gardner bowls, Adams drives, that's quite wide of off stump. The foot's not quite near it. Not quite like a dad. He'd have got his foot out there. So yeah, it's as I say, it was abroad where really women's cricket was much more established and much more accepted, and a lot more going on, and nobody just accepted it, and it was the norm, all part of the club. All the clubs that I played at. Adams drives out into the covers, pleasant shot for no run. Nice piece of timing on the up. Was quite a correct player as well, Georgia Adams. A bit like Danny Wyatt a little bit. Maybe outside off stump there's a little bit there that would give a bowler a bit of encouragement, but other than that, they both look pretty steady, good techniques.
Timing as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what you see is pings off the bat.
And that's pulled away on the leg side. It's too straight there from Gardner. It's gone down to fine leg, and Adams moves on to 10. And the Vipers on to 32 without loss in the 6th over, needing another 171. Well, Alex, you're right. The first couple of overs Vipers really got away, but the Sunrisers have just settled down now a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that was automatically going to happen. I think that kind of does happen when you've got bowlers who are accurate like these two, that you can't get them away every ball. But
that's sort of way down the leg side and past a diving Amara Carr, and that's going all the way to the boundary. It's going to be 4 wides, surely. The umpire is signalling, 4 wides. Not a good delivery.
Just after I said they would have been very, very accurate. But that's what I think you have to just keep on and keep nagging at them and not wait for them to make a mistake, but stop them from scoring runs. And if you can do that, then obviously scoreboard pressure can come into it. But you do sort of look at, I keep coming back to that batting line-up, and Bouchier, Schofield, Dean, McLaughlin,
Strong,
Windsor.
Gardner again, and White's gone aerial now. She could be caught at mid-off. The flares all know it's going to be out of her reach. No, it was always going to be out of her reach in the end. She got right underneath that Danny White, and in the end the balls got quite wide of mid-off, probably landed about 10 yards outside the 30-yard circle. And I think that was Datani, running after that. And, well, initially she looked like she was going to get underneath it, and then I think the ball was always just running away from her. So, half a scare there for Danny White, who moves on to 19, 39 without loss. Is Gardner again, runs away from us. Let's stay on the leg side again, that's a wide.
Yeah, disappointing there. That chance, I mean, you compare that with we're comparing the innings quite a lot here, but sort of the Bouchier drop over her head, that one was sort of more top edgy, while this one came slightly more...
That's always too far away, wasn't it? Bouchier was one of those teasers.
Yeah.
That was, I think...
This one was always just slightly
out
too
of
much.
her reach, wasn't it? Yeah, always. I think she did quite well to Tiny in the end, but as White just strikes that again, she opens the face of the bat really beautifully, doesn't she? It's outside the off stump. She gets real pace in those, even those sort of cut shots off the front foot. And look at that. End of the over, and would you believe it, a single to White keeps her on strike. Would you believe it? She moves on to 20. She's got twice as many as Georgia Adams, and the Vipers are 41 without loss after 6 overs.
Yeah, and Jo Gardner's gone for 26 of her 3 overs now. Do you sort of look around and try and stem those runs a little bit? She bowled a couple of wides, but maybe you look and see what other options you have now, just to stem the tide and bring her back maybe slightly later, just especially during this power play where you want to try and stop as many runs as possible.
Well, it's a good total, but it's not a total that if you get underway to a decent start, it's a good total without being a challenging total. I think probably 250 would have been in an area where you think, well, yeah, the Vipers have got to be pretty good here. You do feel that 202 is an okay if you get another side 40 for 3, 40 for 4 type of thing, but the way the Vipers have started here, they only need another 162. They're continuing with Kelly Wolfe, blonde hair, comes in again, right arm over, and Wyatt's on the back foot, wants a single, and George Adams has accepted that. Tatani in again, underarms the throw to the keeper.
Just going back to the scores you mentioned, that 202 average score. When you look at sort of the highest chases in England in list day cricket, that the highest is 280, and you go down the top 5, bottom of the top 5 is 254.
Really?
So,
gee, all right, I'm surprised.
Women's cricket in 50 overs, it's obviously like the men's game is exploding and more runs are coming, but 202 is probably an average score for a women's game. I would have thought that. Looking at those things, that's I should mention Hypercourse on Twitter, who is a very good statistician who, especially in the women's game, does offer up a lot. I noticed that a couple of weeks ago he tweeted those stats out.
Adams facing Wolf. Adams works that square on the offside. No run. Again, that big ring of fielders that Sunrisers are employing on that offside. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Yeah.
So the highest is 280, which was 2018, which is Box v Hearts in Div 3 in County Championship, and obviously that 254, when you go down that list, was South Africa in 97 against England in ODI. So that's successful chases in England in list A. So
maybe 200 is worth a bit more than I thought, as Adams drives up towards mid-off, but no run.
But again, it's hard to tell that you're sort of, those are on, without being harsh to club grounds, they're slightly more ropey pitches, more difficult potentially to score runs quickly, or to, I mean, the T20s I watched last year, there's 3 games in a day on these pitches, and they become very slow and very low by the end of it. So you don't get chances on pitches like this that often historically in women's cricket.
Sure. Adams drives, but again finds the ring of fielders on that offside, difficult to penetrate, and there's no run.
So it'd be interesting to see how it goes through this tournament, of what the average is, that whether the historic average of women's cricket, that maybe 180 to 200 was a good score, that maybe 240 upwards is a good score.
Sure.
But that's something we can tell throughout this tournament.
Sure. Wolf again. Adams just pushing forward out towards extra cover.
But looking at sort of the scores elsewhere today, 119. Sorry, it's not updated on here. Should have updated. So what have we had? We've had 202, we've had 206, we've had 166 and 144 elsewhere. So 202 is on the top end of that.
Yeah.
And they're all at good grounds as well when you look down.
Wolf bowls and Georgia Adams drives back to the bowler. Good over that from Wolf, just one run off it. She's conceded 16 now off her 4 overs. Adams has 10, White has 21, Vipers 42 without loss. And in the other Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games taking place this afternoon, one other game in the South Group, where the South East Stars were bowled out for 166 in reply. Western Storm 31 without loss in the 8th over. And in the Northern Group, where Central Sparks were bowled out for 144, the Northern Diamonds are 52 without loss. And the Thunder, who hit 206 for 9 off their 50 overs, sees the Lightning 20 for 1 in the 6th in reply. 7 overs here at Chelmsford done.
All sound pretty competitive.
They do. Yep. Just a month this tournament is taking place, or a month or so, give or take a few days. It's going to be Joe Gardner to continue. Right arm over, bowls to wide, just helps that away on the leg side. Chasers on here, it won't go all the way to the rope. They run 2. Georgia Adams is a little bit quicker than Wyatt running. Adams, I think, thought about 3. I don't think Wyatt was thinking anything other than just being back on strike. Wyatt moves on to 25, 46 without loss.
I think that was a classic Wyatt of how we've established it here as someone who likes to strike a lot. She didn't put much effort into those runs, while Georgia Adams was going out very quickly. Danny Wyatt is traditionally a pretty quick runner between the wickets, but that was a very low risk shot there. Even if she's in the air, there's no one behind Squirtle. There's right out on the boundary at deep fine leg. There's a big gap there to take on.
Tail likes 44 with that loss. I'm 2 ahead of the scoreboard. Wyatt tries to pull that one, gets wrapped on the pad. Adams wants a single. They'll come through. Throw goes in at the bowler's end. I think that'll be signalled. No, he's up inside edge onto the pad. I'm saying Wyatt's sort of farming the strike, which it looks like she has, and she certainly has a couple of times scored or signalled off the 6th ball. But when you look at the number of balls faced, there's only 3 between them. Adams has faced 21 for her 10, and Wyatt has faced 24 for her 24.
Yeah, it's just noticeable when they take the 5th ball, isn't it? Other than that, and obviously Wyatt is scoring slightly quicker, or much quicker.
Twice as quick.
Doubly as quick.
Yeah. It's Joe Gardner again then, to Georgia Adams. Adams tries to swing that away on the leg side. Well taken by Amara Carr behind the stumps, but it will be called a wide as it's down the leg side once more.
Feels like Gardner's trying to bowl slightly too straight at the moment, and that's sort of forcing them down the leg side slightly too often at the moment. That if she can just pull it back a little bit, maybe she can tuck them up, but compared to Wolf at the other end, who was bowling outside off stump a lot more.
That's wide outside the off stump this time, so
in the middle
Carr's being pulled about behind the stumps, both sides. Called it wide again. So Georgia Adams getting a bit of a mixed over here so far. She's a full-time pro, Georgia Adams.
Yeah, Sussex usually.
Yeah.
That's her home county, which obviously figures with Chris Adams' career down there.
Gardner bowls again. That's wide outside the off stump. Yes, I was going to say, I didn't think the umpire was going to call it this time, but he has. Very similar line to the ball before.
She's someone who has been around the England setup and is out of it a bit more now, and the exact player this tournament is set up for, that not quite at England level, but deserves or is good enough to be a professional cricketer.
Yep. Gardner again, that's straighter and that's nicely driven into the covers, but again she can't find the gap. So the score remains on 48 without loss.
Really strong career in List A. That's played 55 games, sort of 1,221 runs, which get an average of just over 25, almost 26.
Gardner again short down the leg side. That's going to be another wide, and half stop by Carr behind the stumps this time. I think that prevented 4 wides again. I've already had one of those. There's a very mixed over here from Joe Gardner, and 50 runs up for the Vipers. That's come halfway through the 8th.
They're almost going at this as a T20 game, aren't they? The way they're going at it, so needs wickets quite desperately now for Sunrisers before it gets out of hand.
Yeah,
a quarter of the way there.
Wyatt facing and playing missing outside the off stump. She's again opening the face of the bat there, and ball just going past the bat. So the score remains on 50 without loss. Wyatt has 24, Adams has 10, and Gardner into her 4th over here. Quite expensive, 34 she's conceded. I'd be surprised if she gets a 5th at this stage, with the Vipers going along so well, as Wyatt cuts that away but straight to the fielder at point.
Harmer bounce again.
Yeah, it was a bit of extra bounce.
Spinner, that seemed to rise on Wyatt a lot more than others have so far.
So clouds still very grey, but maybe just a fraction higher, which is quite encouraging, but still fully overcast here. That's a low full toss which Wyatt drives and plays really, really well. Glorious shot for 4 runs. Split the field at point. Just a really, really mixed over there from Joe Gardner. A few wides there, and then that low full toss outside the off stump, and that's Wyatt's area. That loves opening the face of the bat. Times the ball exquisitely on many occasions, and don't think that's an area you want to be bowling to Danny Wyatt. She moves on to 28, and the Vipers move on to 54, needing another 149 from here.
The really frustrating thing about that one was that going to boundary. They just moved Villiers out of the circle onto that boundary. She obviously got it a lot squarer than the deep extra cover. I think it was Villiers out there. They'd obviously set up for her to play that shot and just give her a single at the end of that over, which she would have enjoyed. But slightly overpitched it, and 4 runs, and you've gone for 38.
Katie Wolf gets another over here, and that's driven through mid-wicket this time by Georgia Adams. There isn't anybody deep, and that's going for 4. She's timed that nicely.
Lovely shot, that one.
Runs beginning to flow again off the bat of the Southern Vipers pair out there in the middle, helped by a few wides as well, and the Vipers, whose first 2 overs yielded 18, and then it went fairly quiet again. They've started to open it up once more. 58 without loss, 145 to win, and Adams moves on to 14.
Seen a couple of heads going down on the Sunrise already, which isn't a good sign.
Here's Katie Wolf again then, and bowls. That's down the leg side. Is that not a wide? Must have been dangerously close.
Just over the top of the leg stump, maybe.
Pretty close anyway, but the umpire decides that he'll give Katie Wolf the benefit of the doubt. She's only a teenager, only 19 years of age. I think she deserves the benefit of the doubt. Big occasions these for the teenagers. Comes in again and bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. No, yes, no, the umpire's not going to call that either. A little bit mixed the bowling at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm taking a little bit of pity there, those 2 wides on either side. If the first one might have just missed the stumps, and take pity on that. That one just on the line maybe, but yeah, they're just, it's almost as if they're just watching the batsmen score these runs easily, and they're trying to vary their lengths a bit too much. Overthinking
it is Wolf again, and Adams driving on the up. Hits it out to extra cover to Tony, the fielder there again.
And that's much better. With the field they've got, they can bowl at that length just outside there, and you've got the field there to block pretty much anything that comes through there, unless you can pierce the gap, which there isn't too many of.
I said to Tony, it's to Tani, of course, which I've said many times during her innings of 42. Wolf in again and bowls to Adams. That's edged past a diving Carr, and that's going down towards third man, where Patel runs around to her left. Very thin edge actually. Carr did well diving to her right. She probably got a lot closer to it than she deserved, or than had any right to. She was always going to be well inside the line, but even so, courageous effort. But 2 more from Adams, and she moves on to 16. and it's 60 without loss, the Vipers. Coming towards the end of the 9th over here. Remember, these are 50 overs aside games, not 20 overs, which the Kia Super League was. Wolf again then, bowls, and Georgia Adams drives past a diving Datani, and that's going out towards the extra cover boundary. This is a good contest. The ball's going to stop just inside the rope, and Adams is coming through for 3. It looks like Adams is going to keep the strike this time.
Must be wet out there. The way that just stopped there, it looked like she got quite a lot behind that. Came pretty much out the middle of the bat. She put a little bit behind it, and just, as we saw in the first over of this innings, it goes down under the sort of hospitality boxes over there in front of sort of the in front of the Hayes Close end, and the ball just doesn't carry its momentum.
9 overs gone, then 41 to do. I don't think the way things are going at the moment that we'll get anywhere near going through towards 50 overs, because the Vipers have made a great start here. 63 without loss. They need another 140 to win here. Adams has 19, but Danny White is on 28. Katie Wolf has bowled 5 overs, none for 25 now. That was an expensive over which went for 9.
Time for Sunil Patel.
Sonali Patel, yeah.
With her right arm seamers.
17-year-old. Long black hair. And she's right arm medium pace. Bowls. And Adams is on the back foot. Strokes that out into the covers for a single. Easy as you like. 64 without loss, the Vipers here. And Danny White's back on strike. So how important is it for Danny White to get a good game in here, or a good couple of games with this? Was it the West Indies?
West Indies coming over.
Coming up. I mean, Danny White very much in the frame?
Oh, yeah, undoubtedly. She'll be in the squad without a doubt. She's been obviously in the Derbyshire bubble where they were playing it 3 inter-club games, I believe, maybe 5. I can't remember exactly how many they had, but she's been playing in those. I think she got at least 50 in one of the games. It's quite hard to find the scorecards for those. But one of the ones I was watching, she was scoring runs.
Patel bowls. It's a low full toss, and it's heaved away on the leg side by Danny White. That's going all the way. 4 runs, low full toss. White hitting across the line of the ball, but perfectly safe. So he moves on to 32 now, and the Vipers 68 without loss.
Again, not that much risk in that shot. I mean, there's a fielder at mid-wicket, but if you either go slightly wider or just over, then there's 4 runs there quite comfortably for you, especially someone of White's ilk that is almost too sort of preoccupied with that offside field. That White is a leg side player.
Patel bowls, and she's playing a missing outside the off stump there. White again, when she's always opening the face of the bat, that's always a danger. It's always looking to play square, front and back foot when it's outside the off stump like that. So there's not much of the face of the bat showing to the ball. So the England allocations for these first 2 games, the Vipers, Danny White, Lauren Bell, who bowled well today. There's Patel bowls, that's outside the off stump and left alone. And Georgia Elwes, who actually isn't in the Vipers starting.
She's an all-rounder. I'm not sure why she's not around for this game. We'll find that out after the match, I'm sure.
And the Sunrisers, Fran Wilson and Maddie Villiers of the allocations. Here comes Patel, bowls, and there's a lovely drive through the covers out to the deep by White off the front foot. Just lovely timing, just very effortless. And she seems to have a bat where the ball pings off it a little bit more than most. 33 she's on, 69 without loss.
She seems very keen to sort of show the bat face whenever she's going around as well, that when she holds it up as she sort of gets to the other side of the crease, that she's making a bit of money out of those sponsors, I think.
Patel to Adams, who drives, doesn't time that one, goes out towards extra cover, and that's the end of the over. So we've had 10 overs here of the Vipers reply. Earlier, the Sunrisers bowled out for 202 in the 47th over, so the Vipers need in 203, 69 without loss, need another 134.
Should I take over the commentary at this point? I think we're getting a change in the bowling. No one's got in position to bowl here. I think it's going to be Maddie Villiers coming in. She's taking her top and her hat off. She is now jogging. She was right out on the boundary, and everyone else was looking at each other, keeping their hats on, and she's come over. She is an off spinner. As we mentioned in the first half, 4 T20 games for England to her name. And should be a bit of a test here for Danny Wyatt and Georgia Adams. That the England players, obviously, as we just mentioned, around for the first 2 games this weekend, that they'll be looking for this game time. That Villiers, with the bat earlier, top scored, getting 60, to get Sunrisers into a position to score 200, which they did in the end. Still waiting for us, tossing the ball up and down, and Danny Wyatt now in position to bat in their stance. First of all, just back of the length, and Danny Wyatt's picked that up quickly and away for 4, just over square leg. That seemed to sit in the pitch and just looked too easy for Danny Wyatt.
A bit of a loosener from Maddie Villiers, who played well, didn't she? Batted very, very well for the Sunrisers. 64 off 83 balls. They certainly needed that innings from her. And a bit of a mix-up when Patel was batting with it, and she was run out by quite a way. She was the 8th wicket to fall.
Here she comes again, and the springy action, and that's gone down leg side. That Danny Wyatt was ready to hit that exactly where she'd hit the ball before, albeit off a sort of lower bounce. But I think Wyatt seems like she wants to attack the spin here. Seems like she's a bit more proactive in the way she's moving. As she pulls that one away, there's a fielder out there now, so there's 1. Wyatt looks for 2, but was never really on there, so just a single there.
Joe Gardner out there in the deep, who bowled quite expensive really, 4 overs, none for 38, and there were 8 wides in that. I think one of them was a 4 wides, wasn't it?
It was a 4 wide, yeah. Georgia Adams gets ready for the first time of facing a bit of spin this afternoon. She obviously bowled a couple of overs of spin herself earlier on, quite expensively. And that's just flicked into the leg sides. Watch it all the way onto the bat, just flicked onto the leg side, and again just looks easy. At the moment, chase just looking like a breeze for these 2 Vipers batsmen. That's back of the length, and Adams tries to hoik that into the leg side, gets a single. Who's that, number 35, Fran Wilson, out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Here we go again with right-armed Villiers to right-handed Wyatt, and pushed into the offside. Still 76 without loss, 1 ball left of the 11th over. We're now out of the mandatory power play. That's hit on the pad. They like it, but nothing doing for the umpire there. I think outside the line, bit of bat maybe, just didn't look right. That.
Apart from that,
probably a good shout.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the feed. You can watch the pictures as well via the Essex Cricket website, or the Hampshire Cricket website, or the Hampshire Cricket app, which is available free to download. Danny Wyatt looks very much outside the line of off stump when that hit.
Yeah, right into the middle of the pad, but big stride to her right. Villiers was excited, but no one else was really. Or a couple of her teammates maybe, but Patel again from the river end, bowling to Adams, who's 21, who's been anchoring at the moment. That's flicked down, doesn't quite get much of it, straight to the fielder at fine leg. It's Wolf. Adams 21 off 33. She's looked good, but sort of not attacking. There's not much flair there, which is not a problem at this stage. It's the exact role you want from an opener. But when you watch Wyatt at the other end looking so free, everyone looks stodgy in comparison. That's a hip height full toss, dispatched over square leg. 4 more for Wyatt, who opens up her arms there, again proving me wrong. Again, no risk, easy shot, and is it a no ball? I don't think it was quite high enough for a no ball, but
it's about stump high by the time it reached Adams.
Yeah, they had a little word, but can't bowl there to a batsman like Georgia Adams. Patel comes in again, right arm over the wicket. That's off stump and just driven into Tatani at cover. Pings it in to sting Carr's gloves. So 80 without loss now. Still grey skies over us. We started the game with blue skies, we had a bit of rain, and now a lot of clouds above us, dark coloured. That's driven nicely up to mid-off, but no run.
A few of the blast matches, well in fact all the blast matches are underway now. This afternoon, the early start, Worcestershire Rapids against Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Worcester made 124 for 7 off their 20. Northamptonshire in reply 40 without loss in the 5th. Need another 85. Gloucester Glamorgan 88 for 5 in the 13th. Durham 74 for 1 against the Notts Outlaws. Leicester 87 for 4 in the 12th against Lancashire Lightning. And Middlesex 118 for 2 against Kent in the 13th.
50 for Steve Eskenazi there. Batted quite well, or attacked early on here the other day. That's scooped into the leg side by Georgia Adams off Patel. Just a single though, as fielding's done deep out on the by Grace Scrivens out on the mid-wicket boundary.
Sunrisers need a lift from somewhere, don't they?
Exactly. It feels a bit quiet out there. It feels almost like they've not conceded defeat yet, but it does feel. You've got to feel that it feels inevitable at the moment. The Vipers. That's down leg side wide. Again, Marquez having to do a lot of work behind the stumps. He fumbled that, but recollected it pretty quickly. Yeah, where does it come from? Do you think here that it just looks just difficult to work out where to bowl to Danny Wyatt as she faces here and cuts that nicely behind square? That there's a fielder out there, but it's, again, effortless for Danny Wyatt.
You just hang in. You hang in. You bowl as accurately as you can and as straight as you can, and you hang in.
You never know what could happen.
That's right. Nothing's going to happen for you if you don't quite get the balls in the right area, or you sort of let ones be turned into twos. I mean, Sunrisers haven't got quite to that point, as we've got a hygiene break here, but nevertheless, I think the fact that Danny Wyatt, it was a difficult drop, wasn't it? 14.
Drop behind, wasn't it?
Drop behind. But things like that, when you know you've got a big player out there in the middle, and a chance like that, it wasn't easy, but even so, it's one where you think, gosh, was that our chance of getting her? Because she's played well. They both played well out there, actually. Don't look in too much trouble, do they?
No, and just looking at on the scoreboard now, they've just put the bowling figures up. The runs per over is obviously where you look at first, and they've all gone for over 5s.
It's too many.
This definitely.
Well, it means the captain hasn't got anybody to turn to. You know, where, I mean, what is the run rate? Just over 4s, isn't it, really? 4's as good as 203 to win after 50 overs, it's 4.
Yeah.
But if all your bowlers are going at over 5, who do you turn to?
Exactly. They're turning to Maddie Villiers again here from the Hayes Close end. She's the England player. She needs to take responsibility now, I guess, which is what she'll try to do here. Right arm over the wicket. That's it off stump, and Wyatt gets there slightly too early and with her pull shot, and it's gone barely anywhere.
And it's very difficult, isn't it? Because obviously Danny Wyatt is the best batsman on show here, best batsman on show here this afternoon.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult as well.
Yeah, it's just defended by Danny Wyatt. Do you think there is sort of there is almost a glow about her, and you sort of, and as soon as she hits the first few balls for 4, that you then...
Well, I mean, her reputation precedes her, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't matter what game you're playing in, everybody has a reputation to a certain point, and you all want to get people out, but...
That is very deftly dinked down to third man, as they'll come back for 2. It looked like she was going to really open up and welly that through point, and then just at the last minute decided just flick it down for 2.
But once a good player sort of gets in, once you start talking 20, 25, 30 and that, there almost becomes a sort of a point where you're thinking, this person's a really good player, they're just starting to get going, this is going to be even more difficult than we thought, and that does play on you.
Villiers coming around the wicket now, trying to change her angle, and Wyatt comes down the track and hits straight to cover. And I guess with Wyatt as well, that you know that she can just explode and go away from you. She might tick along nicely, and then she gets to 50 now, she gets to 100 in no time. That's advances again and has to quickly get back to her crease.
Well, I mean, you've seen these girls play. I haven't. I mean, that's the difference. I mean, I'm seeing them all for the first time, but you can just see the way that Danny Wyatt's playing. You know, she just plays within herself. There's a shot there when she wants it. She never looks flustered. Not in the innings I've seen here. Not that there's any reason why she should be.
No, that's onto the back foot and pulls it to the fielder out in the deep square leg.
But I'm just assuming what I'm seeing today is very much what Danny Wyatt's like, and you know, I think in a situation like this, you'd think, well, you know, Danny Wyatt's playing the way Danny Wyatt plays. This is not great. This is not easy for us. So, but they've just got to keep hanging in. I think the Sunrisers are. As I say, I don't think it helps the captain when you know, your bowlers are going for more than the required run rate, and you've got a player like Danny Wyatt's class in there. I mean, I'm not taking it away from Georgia Adams. I mean, she can play, that's for sure. But I think that makes it doubly worse. And you know that there's still batting to come. I mean, the Vipers are a strong side in this competition. There's no doubt about it. You know, I think the Vipers would have started this game very much the favourites. It was for the Sunrisers to up their game.
I think looking through, there's only about 2 of them who haven't played at England at some level. Is Patel, with her new overs, driven into the covers straight away.
I mean, I quite like Patel. I think she's got a nice action. Sonali Patel, she's only 17. I mean, you know, just a nice, easy action coming up to the crease. But it's not easy when you bowl into somebody of Danny Wyatt's class.
No, and she would have definitely learnt a lot. I haven't seen her bowl before, I don't think, but learnt a lot by being around sort of the England Academy. Like, that's driven powerfully, but I think Villiers is out there and cuts off one. But
yeah, there's a lot to work with there. I mean, you think she's 17. I mean, you know, I mean, if you've got a nice, easy action like she has, well, there's a lot you can work with, that's for sure.
You can extract a little bit more pace out of that as well.
Well, yeah, but that'll probably come. I mean, I don't know how the coaching side of it works. I've never got involved in that side of things, but
not that she's slow. That's just back of a length, and that's up in the air. But it's going to just be one bounce out to, is it Scrivens out there on the deep square boundary? That was in the Midwood, sorry. But
I think I don't think you can sort of ask much more. That if you've got a girl playing out there, it looks sort of fairly natural, and it looks fairly natural bowling to her. And I think when you've got somebody that young, you know, there's a lot you can do with that. Yeah, sort of build up. You know, you can build up pace by sort of making her a bit stronger, what have you, and that sort of thing. I've never got in that sort of involved in that side of things, but you know, I just quite like, you know, watching her bowl because it just looks so easy. You know, we've seen 1 or 2, to be fair, in this game where bowling looks a lot more awkward.
As Patel comes in again. That's a slower ball. See, it came out the top of her hand and just blocked by Wyatt. She'll learn a lot by bowling at Danny Wyatt here as well. That even if she gets hit around a bit, that she'll have bowled to an England bowler and known where the strengths are and things like that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, you know, I would have thought she would think, well, probably outside off stump full isn't probably the right way to go. But of course, it's about bowling it and not bowling that sort of ball. That's full outside leg stump and misses the sweep, and it's a wide ball.
You know, I haven't studied the women's game enough, so it's very difficult for me to comment too much. You know, some men's game, of course, is, you know, so I can do it with my eyes closed. But, you know, I think for a lot of these girls, you know, just making sure they bowl accurately and 6 balls in the right place is the right way to go. Worry about everything later.
Here's Patel again another slow ball, just blocked. She's gone for 2 in the wide this over so far, with 1 more to come at the end of the 14th over.
You know, it's all about consistency, you know, in any whatever level you're playing. But you know, certainly here at the moment, you know, for the Sunrisers team, it's just bowling 6 balls in the right place,
which this over has generally been. It's just outside off stump and just cut away for a single at the last ball of the over from Danny Wyatt. She moves to 44. The score 90 without loss. 14 overs gone.
Yeah, even bowling at Danny Wyatt, you bowl 6 balls in the right spot. I even Danny Wyatt, I wouldn't back her to score more than 3 or 4 singles in an over, if that. Now that's then going below what the Vipers needed at the start of the game. So straight away, you're having an effect on the game. But when your bowlers are generally going for over 5s, then it's very difficult to get a foothold in this reply. I mean, the Vipers have strolled to 90 without loss, really. 113 needed, only 14 overs gone. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, there's a bit wrong with the Vipers as well, but you know, there's a few wides in their stuff and that sort of thing. But you know, here, where obviously the game starts to get interesting when sides are chasing, you really have got to get, you know, hang in there and get in the right areas.
Wyatt just blocks that into the offside. I think the other thing with Vipers is that it's all good these games. Wyatt's coming in and playing her 2 games and scoring a lot of runs. We know there is batting underneath, but you don't want to become reliant on her in these 2 games, do you? That's just short of a length, and looked like she was going to heave that over mid-wicket and then decides just to place it along the floor to point.
No, I agree. No, because they'll be without her
for the last 3 games
after Monday.
Yeah, get 2 wins on the board if they can with her, but there's plenty more to come. This time she does advance. This time she does swing through the line, and it's going to trickle away for 4 over cover. But she'd been looking to do that for a couple of balls. She kept advancing and looking to do it, and then she waited for the one which she thought was right, and this time gets it over the field in the ring, and there's no one out there, and 4 runs.
But you see, that's fine. You know, Villiers hasn't done anything wrong there. She's just made Danny Wyatt play. I mean, it's a good shot, but she's made Danny Wyatt do something different.
Here's Wyatt again. She moves to 49. Can she get to 50 there as she flicks around the corner? She does. She comes back, and that is 50 for Danny Wyatt. I mean, we've been talking about her for the last 15 overs, but what an innings this has been. 51 balls, just over an hour's work, 6 fours. But she'll think that she's only halfway there. The way she's batting here, just everything's just been touched nicely. That was just flick around the corner for 2, run hard.
Well, it's just got to keep going. You know, the bowler's just got to keep going. I mean, it's 2 scoring shots out of 4 balls, but one of them is a superb hit over cover.
That was just a little dink down to fine leg, and that's just pushed into the cover. That's a dot ball. But that's what it is. That's 6 from the over, which...
Well, that's it. But she's, you know, Villiers has made Danny Wyatt do something. Yeah. You know what I mean? Actually, I mean, you know, if somebody hits you over the top of cover for 4 runs, well, that's fine. You know, it's great batting. You know, you can almost stand there and applaud it. You know, the worst thing is if you're giving a few wides away and the ball's a little bit too wide and they're stroking it into the gaps. That's a little different.
Going round this time, and that is hit over extra cover, and that isn't. She's picked that up early. She's middled it, and that is vintage Danny Wyatt.
And 100 up at the end of the 15th.
Yeah. She's on to 54 now. But she just picked that up early. Again, did Villiers do that much wrong there? Maybe slightly overpitched if you're being ultra critical, but
that's been super critical.
If you're being super critical, that's just good batting.
I mean, how many people have got that power? How many people in this game have we seen have got that sort of power? 1 or 2, maybe.
No, Joe Gardner maybe, but obviously she was more swinging the bat, that she obviously had the power behind. Lissy McLeod's got a bit of power, but obviously didn't see her for that long, but they've got the power but not the timing, which Danny Wyatt's got both of them, and that is the difference between playing for England and playing domestic, and that's why this competition is important, to sort of get people towards that level if you can. As this time Georgia Adams heaves it into the leg side and gets 4 runs. And the run rate is smashing up now. That was Patel getting hit on the back foot, rock on the back foot, and just swing through it. There's a big gap there, and found it. Well,
they're scoring as good as 7 and over, and they only need less than 3 from here on in. It all looks fairly easy at the moment. The Vipers need another 99, so it's below 3 figures, and Adams and Wyatt going along nicely.
Here's Patel again. Goes fuller this time and forces Adams to drive straight to Datani. There's a chance of a run out, but Wyatt's always getting there. Just a single.
Well, I thought that was a risky single initially. Datani, a left-handed thrower, it went to her left-handed side. She picked it up cleanly. I thought at one stage Danny Wyatt might have been in trouble, but
I thought for a second, it wasn't a bad throw either. She got good power and it was over the top of the stumps, but Wyatt just found that extra yard of pace as well, which got her in, and she remains on 54. Wyatt on 32 now. She's accelerating as well. It's under the radar.
Yep.
She's up to a strike rate of 80.
Quick tweet from Paul Barnes. Sorry, Paul, I missed it earlier, but we were talking about Georgia Elwes not playing. She says she's got a back injury and ruled out for the rest of the season. Thank you, Paul.
Okay. That's just driven into cover. When do we know when that sort of was announced? Because that seems strange to have allocated to a team.
I think Paul is in the know.
Yes. Oh, I do not doubt his knowledge at all. That it would be much greater to mine and probably for yours as well.
Certainly mine.
But it just seems strange to allocate, especially when there's a couple of clubs which have three. Here's Patel outside off stump, and
that's true.
Just defended.
That's true, actually.
Not that Elwessu is a useful bowler and useful batsman, not too dissimilar to Fran Wilson batting wise. Love for Lightning and plenty of games for England. It would be odd to have announced her for a side which she was never going to be okay for. That's loopy delivery and swept just behind as Carr. It's a leg by in the end. She didn't get a tickle on it. Just Carr does the fielding and just a single. 106 without loss. I haven't done this much commentary for it. It does sort of rub on the ears, doesn't it, for a while? Especially when you've got the glasses on. It's all just.
I think you should have a break in a minute.
Oh, but I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Anyway, we'll get to the end of these 10 overs, which I'm commentating as Patel was back of a length, and it's a nice shot from Georgia Adams. Just leaned on it slightly. Just used the pace and her timing just to dab it down.
I think the problems for the rest of the Vipers squad at the moment, I think from sort of the middle order downwards now, I'll be wondering if they're actually going to get in. If they're going to get a bat. These two have played so well. They've been so masterful. Hardly put a foot wrong. I was saying just that one difficult chance when Danny White was 14 and she was dropped. But other than that, there's been nothing really for the Sunrisers to get stuck into, and really they're just waiting for one of these two to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's lucky that Emily Windsor and Alice Monaghan did a lot of fielding, wasn't it? That, to get their match fee worth, that they fielded very well, both of them, as I think the Vipers did in general. I don't think the Sunrisers have done badly here either. The pierced gaps as Maddie Villiers bowls to a defending Georgia Adams to start the 17th over.
Yeah, somebody's got to pull something out the bag. Somebody needs to bowl a little spell of, I don't know, 2 for 2 or 2 for 5 or something, just something.
Down the wicket, and that's straight down the ground. That's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and into the sign haulage at the end of the ground. 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Georgia Adams, who really we've been waxing lyrical without Danny Wyatt, but Georgia Adams here has got herself to 37 or 43. She started off slightly slowly, just letting Wyatt do her stuff, but actually the last couple of overs she's hit a couple of lovely shots to take herself up towards her own 50. Oh, she's on the pads there, and that's out! And that is the breakthrough the Sunrisers needed and wanted. Georgia Adams trying to play a sweep just across the line, and Maddie Villiers hits her on the stumps, and there doesn't seem to be too many complaints with that from my angle.
I've just watched that on the live feed, and that's out. That is out. She's played right across the straight one there. There's the mistake.
There you go.
Talked about the mistake. Doesn't matter how well a partnership's being put together, doesn't matter how well players are playing, somewhere along the line there's a mistake. If you get enough balls in the right areas and bowl straight, you will benefit, and Villiers has on that occasion.
And that is the benefit of the England player in your side who can make the breakthrough when you desperately need it. You need a little bit of magic, as Kevin was just saying, and they've got it. It's going to be, that was a 37 for Georgia Adams. We're going to have Maya Bouchier coming to the crease now. We obviously saw her bowling earlier with a flicky new action. She, for the Vipers last season and the season before, she was at the Southern Vipers in the KSL for 2 years. She, I don't remember seeing her bowl once during those 2 years. She batted in the middle order, and first year sort of looked like a county player just growing up, but last year she looked a very, very good player. There was a partnership, I can't remember exactly how many it was, but down at Hove with the West Indian international Stefani Taylor, where they both looked very good together. And that looked like that was potentially the makings of her. She went over to and had obviously the England tour over the winter, the England A training camp. Let's see what she can do here to Maddie Villiers. She just scours where the fielders are and gets ready for her first delivery, which is hit on the pad. It turned past her bat, but nothing doing at all. Only Maddie Villiers going up in a to appeal.
Only 21 years old as well, Maya.
Yeah, she was Middlesex for quite a long time, I think. Actually lives up there. I think she's at Oxford Brookes University from memory. And that's just dabbed, just back a point. But then joined the Vipers. Joined Hampshire women the beginning of last season. Played a couple of very good innings, which got them close to winning the T20 division competition last year. As she faces up again, gets forward with a big strike. Danny Wyatt wants a single, and I don't think there was one there, but there's no run. So the end of the 17th over, 1-1-1 for 1. The wicket falling on Nelson.
Yeah, always dangerous that.
Always dangerous.
Yeah. Maya had a 100 contact with the Southern Brave this year. Georgia Adams actually had a 100 contract, but with the overall Invincibles. Several of these women, of course, are missing out on that competition this year. Competition which was promising to sort of elevate the women's game, wasn't it? Not just in terms of stature, but in terms of what was being bandied around and being some of these girls being paid. Whilst they're all professionals in this tournament, which is good to see, the 100 would have just elevated it a little bit more. So they're all missing out on that. And I'm sure they'll hope that their contracts, those that have got contracts or did have contracts with a 100 side this year, will be hoping, of course, that somehow is carried over to next year.
I think most of them would likely to be that. I think most ones which had been confirmed were players who were either retainer players or England international players, or a couple of county-ish or former county players, now sort of Rachael Heyhoe Flint players. We've got change of bowling. Katie Midwood, who we saw bat earlier. She's going to come on with some left arm spin. That's just Danny Wyatt just squeezes that backwards, point again on the back foot. Just ask Boucher exactly what was being bowled to there. Just checking that she spotted it right. She's coming left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Danny Wyatt. Short enough, and that just pushing leg side and a very, very easy single.
She bread and butter shot, that one.
Exactly. Well, with Lissy McLeod quite straight at mid wicket and square leg right back on the boundary ropes. That anywhere backwards of square leg, there's a run really here, if not two. So how will Maya Boucher do against the spin here? It's backwards of length, and she tries to cut it backwards and gets a single. Nicely played there. That's Maya Boucher off the mark. One off her first 4 balls. Midwood starting over, just 2 off her first 4 balls in her over. Score 113 for 1. Still 90 to win. Vipers just lost that 1 wicket in that last over. Maddie Villiers managing to pin Georgia Adams on the crease after a 101 stand partnership for the first wicket, with Danny Wyatt, who is still there on 55 and facing up now. Just flicked into the leg side again. Very, very easy. Bread and butter, as Kevin said last time. And that again, another run, 114 for 1. If it does start to rain now, the Duckworth-Lewis score is 47, so they're over double what they need to be on there. So here we go again with Midwood. Gets the crease through it, and very solid defensive shot by Boucher.
Joe's listens a lot to the Hampshire men's games when we're commentating as well, so it doesn't sound like Emily Windsor's going to get a chance with the bat on this one. Don't think she is.
Here's Boucher driving, but well fielded there by Wolf. And that ends the over, ends the 18th over, 114 for 1. Sorry, the 18th over, 16. No, it doesn't look like we're going to see Emily Windsor, who is carded to bat at 6. We Due in next is Paige Schofield, who we obviously saw bowl take 3 wickets earlier, and we saw her in the field take a catch and a run out. Charlie Dean, who we saw a bit of off spin from. Ella McCorkin is a highly rated batter as well. And we've got Windsor, Rudd, Norris, Monaghan and Bell at the end, as Maddie Villiers is ready to bowl at Danny Wyatt over the wicket, and that's just takes 2 steps down, defends it and takes a quick single. Well, not even a particularly quick single, just an easy stroll down. Sunrise not quite attacking the ball now as they were at the beginning, as Boucher back on strike. A bit more flighted there by Villiers, and driven and misfielded at mid-off. They're going to come back for 2 here. She got across well there at mid-off, but I think it just hit her knee or her shin and just moved away and allowed them to come back for a second.
Joe's back on the tweet, said that might have been a badly timed tweet about Emily Windsor not getting a chance once Georgia Adams was out.
This time Boucher just defends into the leg side.
We were talking about Georgia Elwes earlier. Paul Barnes back on the tweets and said the injury was announced this morning and she was not in the squad when it was announced yesterday.
Ah, right, there we go. That's outside off stump. Well, it's probably too early for me. That probably got up too early and drove down here and missed that. Thank you very much, Paul.
Yeah, he says we're die-hard Hampshire and Vipers fans.
Wish you could have been here for this. And hopefully you're enjoying the stream and the commentary. It really is there again, full bit of loft on it and towed up to mid-off by Boucher.
Doing a reasonable job here, Maddie Villiers. 27 runs conceded, coming to the last ball of her 5th over.
Last ball of the 5th over there, and Boucher just tries to work it onto the leg side. And did she get a little bit of bat on? Villiers has got her hands in her head. Did you get a bit of bat on that?
I might have done, yeah, but immediately a bit of extra bounce that just as Boucher was trying to push that away on the leg side, might just have caught a little inside edge, but difficult to tell.
It was put down by Carr regardless. I guess there wasn't a wide given, was there?
No, no wide given, and keeper didn't take it cleanly, so we'll never know.
So I would guess, based on those facts, that there was something on there, but
we don't know. Floodlights are good here at Chelmsford. New floodlights in for this season. Very plush, very high. The old ones have had to make way.
Was it we were told earlier that one of them has the light of all 6 of them last year, or all 4 of them, which they've had for the last couple of years? Which
well, they were one of the first, weren't they? One of the first grounds around, didn't they, to be fair to them?
Exactly, as Midwood again bowling from the river end, and that's driven just past extra cover. They should get 2 here, yeah, very comfortably 2. Yeah, they had been around for a while, but you did tell at the end of a T20 game at sort of 10 o'clock at night that it was a little bit dingy round sort of in the middle, sort of if you weren't near one of the lights, that it was it wasn't impossible to see, but it was you wouldn't want to be an outfielder. As Midwood prepares again at the top of her mark, with her left arm spin bowling to the right-handed Wyatt, back of a length and hit straight to extra cover. That's the worry they've got at the Aegeus Bowl at the moment, isn't it, with all the white seats when the ball goes up there, that speaking to a couple of people last week, that they're a little bit worried about that and whether they want to do something about them, because it's mainly the Shane Warne stand and the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand where they've got bright white seats there, and if they're using a white ball with both the Vitality Blast and this Rachael Heyhoe Flint games down there in the next couple of weeks. This is Midwood again advancing and blocked by Wyatt, who's on 59. So the sweepers out on either side of the wicket, plus deep mid wicket, and just sending Patel back to long off for Wyatt here. 3 balls left in this over. Comes to the crease. Let's go a bit of flight and towed off the bottom end of the bat back to the bowler. The wind has died down quite a lot now. That that was blowing a bit of a gale earlier, and you're looking at the flag on that far side, it's sort of half drooped. As ball comes in again, outside off stump, just guided down to third man, no run. We've had almost every sort of bit of weather other than bright sunshine.
I certainly have, yeah. I don't think we're going to get it much this over the next few days, are we?
No.
Unfortunately. It's perfectly playable, that's the main thing.
Exactly. Last ball of the 20th over. And hit hard, but straight to the fielder at cover, and they take a single. Wyatt takes single last ball of the over. She moves on to 60. Vipers 120 for 1. Well over halfway to their target of 203 they need to win.
Well, Katie Midwood's doing a good job. 2 overs done for 6. He's keeping the run rate down. 3 and over, of course, that's quite easy to work out. And maybe should have come on a fraction earlier a little bit, really, but even so, Vipers in control here. 120 for 1, 83 needed, and still 30 overs remain. So plenty of overs here for the Vipers just to play out, really. But they won't use those all up, of course, but even so, yeah, maybe Midwood should have come on a bit earlier. Here's Maddie Villiers with her off spin from the Hayes close end and bowls to Danny White, uses her feet, just pushes out square on the offside, looks at Bouchier. Bouchier says, yes, I'm running. And a single easy to her, like 120, I'm hesitating. 121 for 1, the scoreboard showing, I think that's right.
No, there's another. Oh no, yes, that's correct.
That is right,
it's
yeah,
120
yeah.
at the end of the last over.
Yeah. And White's moved on to 61 after 67 balls. Bouchier with that long dark hair flowing from her helmet, and she hits that across the line over mid-wicket. There is a sweeper behind. There's almost 2 mid-wickets, 1 orthodox and 1 deep, so it's just a single. Bouchier moves on to 4, 122 for 1.
It's not just Danny White off the England contingent to batting well today. Heather Knight has just got a half century for Western Storm down at Beckenham as well, so England all sort of getting their form up ahead of their series against the West Indies.
Yeah, important games these, aren't they, for the England players? And one of those is there, right there, with a big forward defensive shot there, Danny White, who just seems in complete control here. Almost deciding what balls she's going to hit, what ball she isn't, and she wants to hit a gap, she will. Just seems to be in complete control of everything that she's doing. Villiers is trying to make it hard for her, as she swats at that one a little bit, hips it up to mid-on, all along the ground. 62 now for Wyatt, 123 for 1. I think Western Storm are probably going to be one of the more stronger sides in this, aren't they? With your knowledge of women's cricket.
Western Storm look strong. I looked like the look of the South East Stars in this group, and then sort of all 4 of the Northern teams have quite a good depth to
Villiers
them.
bowls, and that's in the air, and just wide of mid-on. Boucher's just got enough on it, just enough of an angle, and it's taken it all the way over the boundary for 4, but initially when that left the bat, she was just keeping mid-on interested for a little while. 4 runs saved. Boucher moves on to 8, 127 for 1 now, 76 needed.
I think Sunrisers are the weakest on paper.
Yeah. Villiers bowls a little bit quicker this time. Boucher works that to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 21 done, 76 needed. 9 wickets in hand. Vipers.
And conversely, Vipers are one of the strongest, so they were heavily favourites to win today. It was all about sort of the manner the manner of the victory or manner of their performance today. And I think they put in a very, very strong performance. Thought they bowled well other than a couple of the wides. There's obviously things they can learn from, and they're not the finished article yet by any stretch, but they're continuing the proud name of the Southern Vipers from the KSL and 3 out of 4 finals days.
Yeah, winners of the very first one in 2016. Here's Katie Midwood doing a good job so far with her left arm spin. He's round the wicket, and down the wicket comes Wyatt, and she works it on the full toss, just wide of Patel, who's running round from deep mid-off, just fields it with a boot in the end. She went down with her left hand, and I don't think she quite got it with her left hand. Unfortunately, her boot was right next door, and it came off that and stopped it going over the rope. 2 runs to Danny White, though, who moves on to 64 off 70. Strike rate earlier was about 100, now it's 91, so she's dropping. And it's still a pretty impressive rate, that's for sure. Midwood bowls, and there's another drive, and there's another piece of fielding for Patel, and she gets down. She does well. She gets both hands to this, and gets a warm round of applause as well from Midwood as she did so. Good piece of fielding. Keeps White down to 165. She's on now, 130 for 1.
I think those two shots back to back, back to where she was right at the back of the the start of this innings. That
She was.
just timing the ball, that she sort of got not scratchy for a while, but sort of wasn't sort of timing it quite as well. But
Boucher to face, and he's hitting down the ground. It's in the air, but perfectly safe. Bisected both mid on and mid off. That was in the slot to hit as well. Good shot there from Maya Boucher.
I think that's my shot of the day so far. She's hit that very nicely, dead straight over the top. It was controlled, bit of a slog sweep, but got on the front foot nicely and sort of got it straight over. 4 runs. She moves to 12.
And Patel's moved back now to deep mid off. Katie Midwood's put her back. And she comes in again then, left arm spin. And bowls to Boucher. It's a low full toss, and Boucher almost struggles to get on top of the high full toss and just pushes it to extra cover. They will pick up a single though, as it was half fielded by Lithie McLeod.
I think a lesser player would have tried to swipe that and might have
Crossed the line,
might as well got caught or skied it or something, but she played that very properly. And
it is. It's one of those where your eyes open and you somehow get it at the top of your bat and it just loops up in the air and you think, how on earth have I got out from that? Midwood bowls again, and cutting away on the offside is Danny Wyatt. He moves on to 66 now, and it's 136 for 1. The Vipers need 67 here, and they are cruising to victory in their opening game.
You'd almost like Danny Wyatt to get out now and see a couple of the other batsmen and see how their form is going. Really, we've seen enough of Danny Wyatt. We know she's good. Let's see Paige Schofield and Charlie Dean.
Well, I'm sure England want to see Danny Wyatt to score runs, that's for sure. There's a lovely cut shot there from Maya Boucher, and it split the field on the offside. There's no sweeper for that delivery, and she's found the gap, and it wouldn't have been easy because there was 3 or 4 of the Sunrisers fielders on that offside, but Boucher struck it well. She moves on to 17. That's just off 17 balls. She's scoring at 100 per 100 balls at the moment, so she's up there. So is Danny Wyatt, which is putting pressure on this Sunrisers side. 140 for 1 then, the Vipers. 22 overs gone. They've still got another 28. I don't think we'll come anywhere near that, but 63 needed.
Lissy McLeod coming on to bowl. I think it's a slow spin bowler. I'll have to double check. Off spin bowler. She's Berkshire. Primarily a batter, but is handy with the ball in her hand as well. But, plenty of KSL experience, and was winners in the first 2 years with both the Vipers and the Storm.
Nice.
She has a winning mentality around her.
The trophy cabinet at home then looks good. Well, that's very short, and that's pulled away. It could be out caught deep mid-wicket. Oh, and it is, where you wouldn't believe it. Danny Wyatt has succumbed to probably one of the worst balls of the game. It was almost halfway down the wicket, and Wyatt pulled it away, and rather than keep it along the ground, I think she just swatted it away and couldn't work out whether to hit it high and far or along the ground. In the end, she hit it catchable height. She goes for 66 off 72. The Vipers 140 for 2.
I'm going to kind of take the blame for that, saying I wish another person would come in. I mean, that was a loosener, to put it nicely, for McLeod, and as we said the last ball, that Boucher's eyes didn't light up with a full toss. This half tracker, the eyes did light up. She saw the boundary over there. She knows she's got the power. She knows she's got the technique. She knows she can hit the 6 there, but didn't quite get enough of it, and she succumbs. And I think we've got Paige Schofield coming out now to have a bat. It could be Charlie Dean. It's quite hard to tell. They're walking on sideways. It's number 22, who is Charlie Dean.
So Fran Wilson was the catcher there. It was a good catch actually, because it was hit hard and flat, and she took it around about sort of chest neck height. Had to keep her eye on it all the way. Especially as it's just starting to rain a little bit again. There's drizzle in the air again. That came off the bat hard, as we know it does off Wyatt. So McLeod comes in with her off spin again. That's short and that's pulled away by Boucher, but unlike Wyatt, she keeps it along the ground. There was a moment there where she was winding up. I thought, here we go, we're on a hat-trick ball here, and
She just rolled her wrist over the top of it and kept it along the floor, and she stays, and we're going to see Charlie Dean bat for the first time.
Another one of the teenagers playing in this game, 19 years of age.
You can compare her with her father, as you've seen both. We'll have seen both of them bat now.
Oh, of course. Steve Dean, yes. Played against him many, many moons ago. That's short, and that's cut away, but straight to point where Patel's there at the moment. So 141 for 2 here, with a bit of rain in the air, just a few light drops here and there, nothing to worry about as yet. Don't think it'll ever get any worse than this, actually. The forecast was just for cloud, but you do tend to get this. That's cut away, and that's past Patel's left hand. I don't think she's going to get that. No, she isn't. Ball just keeps going, and Dean's off the mark with a boundary. Short delivery. It's been a little bit short, hasn't it, from McLeod this over?
Yeah. But what we've seen is these batters have come in, and the platform is in there. They can come in with complete freedom, and we've seen Boucher striking at 100, and Dean off her 2. Just snapped a pen in my hand.
Oh dear.
Got very excited there.
McLeod bowls, and that's just turned away on the 45 by Dean. No run there. Paul Williams at Sun Sports says, I'm listening to you watching the Hampshire Academy game at Burridge. For those of you that are listening up and around these parts, Burridge is just outside Southampton. The Academy are all out for 65 on a green top. Oh dear. That's pushed up to mid-on off the back foot by Dean. So it looks like the Academy are going to have to bowl. Hampshire Academy are going to have to bowl well. Of course, that's the Academy men's side in the league games that are taking place this afternoon. And Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, says, let's see Emily Windsor. Well, I think we're going to need another 2 more wickets to see her. That might happen yet. Sunrisers not out of it yet. With certainly Danny Wyatt as a big boost, getting her for 66. 145 for 2, 23 gone.
If you're watching, if you're on Emily Windsor watch, I think she's just having a hit just in front of the pavilion. That she's having a couple of throwdowns, so she's got her pads on. She's ready for Dave Allen and Joe and everyone else. The Hampshire regulars you want to hear.
That's right. Yeah, apologies if you're a Sunrisers fan, but we're sort of pro Emily Windsor because she does the commentary
or a fan
with
of
me and the men's
Vipers batting as well.
That's right. Yeah, she does the men's games with me when they play. Right, a bit more left arm spin with Katie Midwood, and that's cut out on the offside by Boucher. Out to the sweeper, away to our left. Whoever that is out there has just hurt their leg there a little bit.
That's Maddie Villiers.
Maddie Villiers. Just holding her shin there for a moment, but she's okay. 146 for 2 at the start of the 24th. And Patel is being told to come up from deep mid-off. It's a new batsman in Charlie Dean. She has 4. Courtesy of that boundary in the previous over. Patel moves up to the 30-yard circle at mid-off. Katie Midwood then round the wicket again and bowls, and Dean just pushes forward quite correctly out towards extra cover.
It's a good challenge for these 2 batters to, if still 57 to win, that make sure you're there at the end. That it's not, the game isn't done yet. That you still got to get them over the line and step up and do it yourself.
And that's cut away, but straight to point. Throw comes back to keeper Amara Carr quickly. Dean on strike. Mid was halfway through her 4th over, none for 20. Bit expensive in her last one. She comes in again, runs away from us. Past the umpire, bowls, and that's cut away, and that's found the gap this time for a single. And the Vipers need 56 from here on in. And have looked the better side generally throughout the game, has to be said, without trying to sound too biased. But I think if you've been watching the live stream, I think you would agree. On paper, certainly the Vipers look pretty strong, and I think so they've proved that here today. Sunrisers have always had to work hard for what they've got. There's been some good performances from them though. As Midwood bowls, and that's driven. It's half stopped, almost onto the stumps. That would have been interesting had that gone onto the stump. Just missed the off stump as it went past, and they'll come through for a single. Yes, I think Trevor Griffin, the Sunrisers head coach, will be pretty pleased with 1 or 2 performances that he's seen from with the bat, especially from Datani, who made 42, and Maddie Villiers was 64. They were definitely the 2 main contributors to that Sunriser total of 202 all out. Midwood bowls, low full toss, swung away, missed. Well taken by a keeper, but called a wide. I think the keeper took it on the full.
I think she did. It was
Amara
really,
Carr.
really good takes, low down. And
terrific takes. Looks a good keeper.
I think both of them rud as well earlier in the game.
Yeah,
that is where sort of the women's game does excel. Obviously, we've seen Sarah Taylor and Amy Jones playing international, but when you do watch the county game, Carla Rudd, Ariana Dowes, who's not playing in this game, all very good keepers.
Last ball of this over, short, and that's a cutaway, but not really timed, but they'll come through for a single anyway. The extra cover's fairly deep. And the Vipers 150 is up, right at the end of the 24th over. 150 for 2. Georgia Adams with 37 and Danny White with 66. The 2 wickets that have fallen. Maddie Villiers and Lizzie McLeod, the 2 wicket takers for the Sunrisers. Maya Boucher has 20. Charlie Dean has 6. The Vipers need 53 off the remaining 26 overs.
And you wouldn't bet against them, would you? The way they've gone here, that it would need some more wickets very quickly. That Lizzie McLeod again is going to bowl from the Hayes Close end, but
we've got a game on anyway, haven't we? When you read those regs, it's 10 overs, isn't it?
It's 10 games, yes.
So we're all right.
So whatever happens.
Yeah. And DLS is 73. So
exactly. And for the final, it's 20 overs, but we're past that as well. But
well done, you. McLeod with her off-spin bowls. Off the back foot is Dean, working that up to mid-on. So we've certainly got a game on here, and the Vipers are well ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis situation. So even with a bit of rain in the air, which I can see, shouldn't be a problem for the Vipers. There's a nice square drive out on the offside. May look for 2 here. Patel's running round to her left. Has a bit to do. Easy 2 in the end. 152 for 2, the Vipers.
So I had a big foghorn. I think it's just there's a quite main road just behind the ground, and someone getting a bit of road rage, I think, in my earpiece.
It's McLeod again then from that Hayes Close end, running towards us. Dean just on the back foot. Bit of extra bounce there. Can't quite get over the top of the bounce. Just plays it out quietly on the onside. It's been good, isn't it? You enjoyed it, because this is the most commentary you've done, isn't it, by a long way? By
a long stretch. You only let me on for about 20 minutes at a time usually.
In the mixed games, I know.
You've opened up the cage, and I've very much enjoyed it. And
good, isn't it?
I mean, the quality of the cricket we've seen has helped as well. That
played out on the onside, no run.
That if you're going to do long stints like this, then you want to be commentating on some good cricket and some interesting cricket, and that's exactly what we got. That you were sort of preparing me for the worst when I first got here this morning. That you're going to have to do 50 overs. 50 overs aside here, that if you need to take loads of breaks, then fine, and it's been wonderful.
Yes, Cloud bowls, and they're going to take a quick single there, and that's a good run in. Maya Boucher was really alert at the non-striker, was looking for that single on the leg side, and that was very good running indeed.
I would say it's been made a lot easier with you.
Thank you.
The way you've guided me through it.
You've made it easy for me, to be honest. So yeah, apologies if we're slightly Vipers biased. We don't mean to be. Hopefully you've enjoyed the commentary. I'm saying there's the game's at the end. It's not yet, as that's worked away on the onside. Boucher's going to come back for 2, running to the danger end, but perfectly safe. Back to the keeper, but the Vipers really are strolling along here, and they need just 48 to win, with the score on 155 for 2, and we are exactly, in terms of overs at least, halfway through the Vipers' reply. 25 overs gone. 155 for 2, as I say.
I think you did give me the option to have a couple of breaks. I'm just going to take a 5 over break, so just to get to, because obviously I'm doing a report for the Reporters Network, which you'll be able to read on the BBC website, I believe. They're taking in this year, so I'm just going to get that in order, and I'll come back on in a little while.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex. Alex Smith there, alongside myself, Kevin James. Hope you're enjoying the commentary. We'll be back on Monday. For the Vipers anyway, when they're at Western Storm at Bristol, so look out for that one. That will be on the BBC Sport website as well. Katie Midwood to continue, 4 overs, none for 24. It's going to be bowling to Charlie Dean then, and that's a length ball. Dean cuts that away, actually gets right back on the stumps, but finds the fielder at backward point. Yeah, apologies, we were hoping to be able to sort of bring you 1 or 2 of the players to come up, or 1 or 2 of the coaching staff, and just sort of join us for a few overs from a time, but I'm sure you can probably appreciate, and I think we sort of knew the answer before we arrived there. But of course, with the COVID situation and players being in bubbles and being kept apart from everything, they thought it best not to, and that's fair enough. We understand that. As that's pulled away hard out to Patel at deep mid wicket, away to our right. Vipers move on to 156 for 2. All the grounds, of course, take it seriously, as you would expect. One or two sort of do things slightly differently, but we are very restricted wherever we go in what we can do. So being socially distanced, of course. So I'm sure you understand. There's a nice drive from Bouchier out towards deep mid off. I'll pick up just a single, 158 for 2 now. The Vipers needing another 46, but yeah, as I say, one or two sort of clubs do it slightly differently, things here and there, so you're never quite sure until you actually turn up. Doesn't matter how many emails sort of float around between you, then you sort of get to understand. I'm back here on Tuesday. That's driven back to the bowler when the men are playing here, Hampshire and Essex, so we'll have live commentary for you. Essex are doing a live stream for that one as well. I think they're taking a separate club commentary on that one, but there is commentary also on the BBC Sport website. That's Midwood again. Nice flighted ball which brings Dean forward and pushes out into the covers, and there's no run. That sort of threat of rain in the air has just disappeared for the moment, which is very welcome. Don't really want to be hanging around for half an hour or 45 minutes here and there while we just wait for rain to disappear. There's a sweep shot that's gone very, very fine indeed. Now we know the boundaries are quite short here, but even so it won't quite make it all the way. Just wonder if that may just have clipped the boot or something. No, it has come off the bat. So Charlie Dean picks up 2 more. And she moves on to 12 off 18 deliveries. Bouchier has 23, 159 for 2. The Vipers needing another 44. The bowling figures so far for the Sunrisers: Katie Wall 5 overs, none for 25. Joe Gardner 4 overs, none for 38. Sonali Patel 4 overs, none for 23. Maddie Villiers with her Osprey 1 for 34 from 6. Katie Midwood, we've just seen finish her 5th over, none for 28. And Lithie McLeod, who's continuing with her off-spin at the Hayes Close end, has 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. She comes here again and bowls. And Boucher's on the back foot and pulls that, just 1 bounce to mid-wicket. And just for a moment when it left the bat, it was in the air, but fortunately it bounced well in front of the girl at mid-wicket. Boucher drives, low full toss, half stopped by McLeod on a follow-through, but it's still making its way up to mid-off the ball. Total moves on to 160 for 2. The Vipers, 43 needed. I'll go through some other scores for you in a moment, just to keep you up to date up and down the country. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games for the first time today, and also some Vitality Blast matches. There's a lovely cut shot there by Dean. It's gone out hard to Patel at deep cover. 162 for 2. We got one result in the Vitality Blast. It was an early start to the Worcestershire Rapids Northamptonshire Steelbacks game, as Boucher pulls that away. In fact, flat bats that up to mid-on. 162 for 2, that single. And Northamptonshire won that game by 9 wickets, an easy win for them. Chasing 125, they got to 128 for 1 in the 16th, early on in the 16th as well. So good win for Northamptonshire. It's turned square on the leg side by Dean for a single, 14. She moves on to Glamorgan need another 138 runs to beat Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire need another 138 runs to beat Glamorgan. I'll get that round the right way. Gloucestershire 14 for 3 though, haven't started well. As Boucher's on the back foot, wants a single, but no, as it goes straight to point, where it's fielded by Kelly Castle. And that's the end of the over. The 27th over completed here of the Vipers' reply. 163 for 2. So yeah, Glamorgan made 150 for 7 from their 20. Gloucestershire, as I say, struggling, 14 for 3 in the 5th. They're between innings, Durham and the Notts Outlaws. Durham made 181 for 3 off their 20 overs. They're also between innings in the Leicestershire-Lancashire game, where Leicestershire made 150 for 9 in their 20 overs, and in the one South Group match taking place this afternoon, Kent replying to Middlesex's 209 for 4 are 16 without loss after 1 over. Don't tell me that's Zach Crawley again, because he started like a train against Hampshire a couple of days ago. Start of a new over from Midwood. That's played out on the offside by Dean. No run. Midwood into a 6th over, none for 28. The left arm spinner comes in again, runs away from us, and Boucher drives and almost fell in the gap. Not quite. And there is no run. Let's bring you up to date then with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches taking place. There's 4 in total. 2 in the South Group and 2 in the North. The other South Group match this afternoon, South East Stars against Western Storm, as Midwood bowls, and that's a cutaway, but again finds the fielder. Does Charlie Dean. South East Stars 166 all out in the 49th. Western Storm 112 for 2 in the 29th. Lead 55 from just over 21 overs, so Western Storm in a good position there. As Midwood bowls again short and off the back foot. It's punched up to mid-off. Big shout of yeah, you heard that. And Dean picks up a single, moves on to 15, 164 for 2. In the Northern Group, the Lightning need another 123 from 27 overs. They're 84 for 3, chasing 206 for 9, which the Thunder made. Here's Midwood again and bowls, and Boucher can't find the gap between bowler and mid-wicket, just plays it back to the bowler in the end. And we have a result, first result from the trophy this afternoon. The Northern Diamonds have beaten the Central Sparks by 9 wickets. Comfortable win for the Northern Diamonds. I'll give you the details in a moment. As Boucher drives again, it's well fielded by Midwood, and that's the end of the over. Midwood has 6 overs, none for 29. Vipers 164 for 2, 39 needed. The Central Sparks were 144 all out in the 39th, and the Northern Diamonds reaching their victory target for the loss of just 1 wicket in the 25th over. A pretty comprehensive victory for them this afternoon. So we have here potentially 22 overs remaining in this game, but I think fair to say we probably won't see all of those 22 overs, or we shouldn't, otherwise the Sunrisers have made a pretty good comeback here. They're up against it. 39 the Vipers need, and it's Dean to face Maddie Villiers, the off-spinner, and that's turned away on the 45 on the leg side. Good calling again by Maya Boucher, calling Dean through for a single. Dean moves on to 16. Experience this for the 19-year-old Charlie Dean. She's at the non-strikers end though. Maya Boucher back on strike. Well, she's only 21. Still plenty of years left in her as well as she drives, but she keeps finding the bowl at the moment with those front foot drives. She does so once more. Boucher again facing Maddie Villiers. Flighted, and that's driven, and she's picked out mid-wicket this time. Can't quite find the gaps at the moment, Maya Boucher. Still very gloomy out. Just expect a few drops in the air at any moment, but not yet. We have had, but they're staying away for the moment. It's down the leg side, and I think it's wrapped the keeper on the pad. I don't know. Is it? Is it leg byes? No, it's off the bat actually somehow. I don't quite. Must have been a faint inside edge onto the keeper because it ricocheted off the keeper, I'm sure. But 66 for 2. Yeah, it did. Yeah. Keeper Amara Carr was well down the leg side as Boucher flicked that away. That's wrapped Dean on the pad, and there is no run. Maddie Villiers just wants a field change here. She wants Patel in on the single on the in the covers. She wants to come up from the boundary into the 30-yard circle. Ah, it's raining now. And there's a slog sweep there from Charlie Dean. Didn't really connect with it. Goes out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Probably a little bit heavier the rain than what we've seen so far, but whenever we have had a few spots, it's never lasted very long. Hopefully the umpires, who are just about to have a chat now, might just say, do you know what, let's hang on. Let's just hang on. Because this probably stop as soon as it starts. What are they doing? They are going to carry on. That's good umpiring. I like that. You can really only go with what you've had so far, and as I say, it's there's been a few drops in the air, and then when it has got a little bit harder, it's stopped pretty quickly, and it's done so again. So good decision from the umpires to keep going. 167 for 2 then. 29 overs gone, 21 to do. 36 for the Vipers for victory. As Midwood comes in again, and that's hit off the back foot into the covers. Boucher says no, we're not going to have 2 there. I think that's Maddie Villiers out there. Deep cover. She's had a good game. 64, the top score for the Sunrisers, and she's bowled well as well. 7 overs, 1 for 37. But it's Midwood bowling at the moment into her 7th over. That's worked by Boucher to mid-wicket. Oh, there's misfield there. So Boucher will pick up a single. Again, I mentioned right at the start, if you've been with us since the start, we mentioned that sort of coconut mat that's across a pitch, about 4 to the right as we look, and that was Katie Wolf, who probably wasn't quite sure how that ball would bounce over the matting. Just didn't quite get it right. Brings Dean back on strike, and Dean on the front foot steers the ball into the gap in the covers for another easy single. 33 needed by the Vipers now. What can the Sunrisers pull out of this situation? Can they somehow pull something out that gives them a chance? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Vipers seem to have this run chase pretty much sewn up. You never know. There's Midwood again, and that's swatted away behind square on the leg side. Nobody down there, and that's 4 runs. Nice sweep shot there from Boucher. Just strayed a little bit on the leg stump there to Katie Midwood. And Boucher moves on to 31 now. Yeah, it's just outside leg stump, looking at the live feed. We're not quite in line, unfortunately. Probably about 6 or 7 tracks to the right, so I don't feel like we're too far away from the action, but the line, of course, isn't quite right for us to tell sometimes. 174 for 2. Midwood bowls, and Boucher drives off the bottom of the bat. Doesn't really time it, but it goes out towards deep mid-off. It looks like Boucher is going to keep the strike on it, is she? No. Just the field's changing for Charlie Dean. Boucher on 32 from 34. Good strike rate from her. And the Vipers need 28 here, with plenty of time left. Midwood bowls, and Dean just pushes that to mid-wicket, fielded by Katie Wolf, and that is the end of the over. 30 overs gone then of the Vipers' reply. 175 for 2. The two women out. Georgia Adams, who put on 111 with Danny White for the first wicket, fell in the 17th over. LBW to Maddie Villiers, playing across the line. Really, it was a straight delivery. She went for 37, and then Danny White, who'd looked every inch an England player. Well, she rather messed up a pull shot. A short delivery from the off spinner Lizzie McLeod, and Danny White really, it's one of those where you could have hit it anywhere, and not just anywhere, but you could have hit it high in the air or low along the ground, and somehow she picked out Wilson at deep mid.
To take herself up towards her own 50. Oh, she's on the pads there, and that's out! And that is the breakthrough the Sunrisers.
Well, it's very short, and that's pulled away. It could be out caught deep mid-wicket. Oh, and it is, where you wouldn't believe it. Danny White has succumbed to probably one of the worst balls of the game. It was almost 6 bowlers so far. That's another hygiene and hydration break. Probably the last one, I would have thought. 19 wides the Sunrisers bowlers have conceded, and I think, if I'm right, 2 of those have been 2 lots of 4 wides actually. So it sounds worse than it is, but I think both these sides probably won't be happy with the amount of wides they've bowled. There's been a few. Villiers continues from that Hayes close end, and Boucher just pushes forward to mid-wicket. And there is no run. So if you want to catch the closing stages on the live stream, you can do so. Essex Cricket are streaming it, and so too Hampshire Cricket. Both those websites have the live pictures right now as that's pushed by Boucher back to the bowler. Hampshire Cricket have an app which you can download free of charge. You can watch it on that as well. And of course we're going out via the BBC Sport website. Patel's pushed back to deep cover this time for Boucher. As Villiers is in her 8th over. Bowls. Boucher plays and misses outside the off stump. She was reaching for that one outside the off stump, but she was worried after she missed it. Well, she might have been stumped, but Amara Carr behind the wicket didn't quite take it cleanly. Again, you see that bounce when the ball's full at times, and I think it just catches people out. And Amara Carr was thinking about the stumping. I don't think she would have been out of a crease, but Carr couldn't pick it up cleanly. It played back to the bowler again, and there's no run. 2 balls left of the 31st, and Villiers decides to come round the wicket. And again, Patel has to run from the deep cover boundary to orthodox cover. That is quite a big boundary away to our right, I have to say. There's a bit to do. That's the thick outside edge which runs down towards third man. They may look for 2 here. Boucher turns, decides against it. That's a good piece of fielding from Kelly Castle there. You back, Alex?
I'm back. I've written 12 pars or however much. I've just noticed I spelled
Well
parts wrong. But I always got a very... It's always worrying when you get texts from people. I got a text from the media manager for the England women's team saying, "Is it you on air?" And I was like, what have I said?
Oh dear, what was that?
But he was fine.
Pushed out square on the leg side for a single.
He was just checking it was me, and congratulations on both of our work. And
oh really? Oh, that's nice.
Just gave an update on Elvis just to confirm that she was injured as well. So
yeah, oh, that's nice.
So it's nice to know that the people at the UCB towers are listening in. And
well, I think we're the only game on the website, aren't we?
I think all 4. I think 3 of them have live streams, 2 have commentary from what I saw of a tweet earlier, but I don't know that.
Right.
I don't know how many are still going on. I've lost a little bit track with
I'm
pulling out for a second.
This might be the only one on the BBC Sport website.
Yes, the only one with the BBC commentary. Sorry, I meant the live stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only one. BBC Solent obviously providing the stream, thankfully.
Well, BBC Solent aren't providing the stream. The clubs are providing the stream.
The commentary side.
Commentary, yeah. That's right.
So I was trying to give BBC Solent a big up there, and
I know. Well, you've got to get it right because otherwise I'll get a text.
Yeah.
Which would be nice to get. Yeah.
Would you have saved your boss's numbers? That's the question.
Well, no, I don't know. I've put them on block. Mute. It looks like Kelly Castle's coming back into the attack. Coming to the attack for the first time. Right arm over. Some seam bowling, and that's cut away. She's found the gap. Has Charlie Dean has gained down towards the backward point boundary, not quite reached it. 2 of the Sunrisers players after it, pull it back, and Charlie Dean will pick up 2. So yes, Kelly Castle. She is an all-rounder, local girl.
Go through the pieces of paper again to find out the Kelly Castle. Yes, Essex captain. Essex captain, of course, yes. Medium base, as we're seeing here. But
10 wickets at 11 apiece in last year's Royal London One Day Cup county competition.
I have generally very eco in my notes, so...
So you'll need to be here as well, as that's on the line of leg stump, and that's neatly turned away square on the leg side for a single. Charlie Dean looks pretty uncomplicated out there, that's for sure. She moves on to 24 of 34 deliveries, and the Vipers need just 23 now.
I don't think I missed much when I was writing there. I looked up every so often, and it just looked like Boucher and Dean were comfortably taking the Southern Vipers towards the finishing line of a game which they've been in control of for
quite a while, haven't they?
At least 50% of the game.
They put on 40, these 2. Castle comes in again, and Boucher, she edged it behind. Yes, she has. It was a widest delivery, and Boucher was trying to cut that away off the front foot, gets the top edge, and Amara Carr behind the wicket holds on to it. She's had a good game behind, and Boucher goes for 33, and the Vipers have lost their 3rd wicket.
I need a little bit of a rewrite in my report. I just said that I tempt fate by saying Boucher and Dean took Vipers home, but it's
180 for 3. Yeah.
To within X of home. I need to 24, is it 23 to win still? As who is coming to the crease here? Might be Emily Windsor. It's either Emily or Paige Schofield. They've both got similar bats, I think. They're both sponsored by the same.
That's not Emily, I don't think.
We'll see in a minute. It's definitely her bat.
Was that?
I think so. She's definitely sponsored by them.
Oh, right.
But it does look more like Paige to me.
Yeah.
See, it is Paige Schofield.
I was going to say, she's a bit taller than Emily.
Yes. But, they're all both sponsored by the same bat manufacturer, I assume, from this distance. It's raining a bit heavier now, I think. It's just got heavier again.
Isn't it? Oh dear.
I'm sure the umpires will sort of just try and, because with 23 runs needed, that could be 3, 4, 5 overs. Umpires tend to sort of allow that sort of to go through unless it gets very dangerous.
Well, if Danny White was out there, I don't think I'd worry about 2 or 3 boundaries to finish the game off, but of course it's an easy game when she's out there.
Exactly.
So Paige Schofield, who's had a good game so far, and she's playing a missing outside the off stump. She very nearly edged that one as well.
Was it 3 wickets to catch and a run out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
3 for 33.
Yeah.
That she bowled very well. She mopped up the tail in a Tom Abel or Mason Crane type of way. That they were but someone has to do it, and she got through them quickly.
Castle comes in again then with the right arm seamers, and that's short again outside the off stump. Cut away, but Schofield finds point. Third man dropped down actually the ball before, so probably expecting a few of the deliveries to sort of go down that way, and now we've got a deep cover as well.
Yeah, are we in a batting power play or something at the moment? Obviously, it makes sense they would have taken it at some point.
Yeah.
But,
that's hit away out to deep cover where Maddie Villiers does the fielding again. And that's a horrible throw to Amara Carr, who had to run from the stumps forward, and then it bounced in front of her, and maybe the ball just slipped out of Villiers' hands. That's what we'll say anyway. 181 for 3 then, the Vipers at the end of the 32nd. They need 22.
And still 18 overs for them to get it in if they need them, if they want to go at a run an over.
I tell you what, I mean, the bits of rain we get now are just coming a bit more frequently, aren't they? We get a minute or 2 of rain, not heavy, just sort of in the air a bit more now, but then it stops. But each time it's just getting a bit more frequent.
Just laying a bit more on top of the rain which is already there, which was the problem down at Arundel in the men's game, Hampshire versus Essex earlier this week.
Villiers starts the 9th over then, bowls with her off spin, and it's just pushed forward. That good length delivery by Paige Schofield.
Doesn't look like we have had the power play yet according to the scorecard notes, so they can still take that if they wish, but otherwise it becomes automatic at some point in this innings, I think.
Is that right?
I think it
after
has
a certain amount of overs.
I think it has to be taken at some point, and
I think you're right.
Didn't read far enough into that, I'm afraid.
Villiers bowls, and that's cut away, but straight to point again, fielded by Castle. The problem now, of course, is that the ball's going to be dried quite a bit, so we might actually get the play might sort of slow a little bit as both the bowler and I think
batsman as well. It's not quite in, so I mean, the more cricket the merrier.
Well, the ball gets past the towel. That's outside off stump, playing a missing. Schofield trying to drive through the covers. Yeah, the bowlers just take generally a little bit more time now as they wipe the ball as they walk back to their mark, and I think the towel's with the girl at mid-off at the moment. That's short. That's cut away, and it's got through extra cover. It's fielded by mid-off, but it'll take a single. And the Vipers need 21 from here on in. 182 for 3. All yours, Alex.
So Maddie Villiers has just got the ball back off Lissy McLeod with the towel at mid-on and drying it again, trying to get the purchase in her hand again. She said she brought Lissy McLeod up to give her the towel and then sent her all the way back to the mid-off, the long-off boundary. So she gets ready to bowl again. And tries to flick it off her pads as a big appeal, but I think it's only really Villiers who is interested in that. Just didn't look right outside the line. Probably going looking on the dream again. That's not a silly appeal at all from Maddie Villiers. Not joined in by anyone else. It's potentially just going down leg side, but for me that was crashing into leg stump, but that's just blocked into the leg side. She wasn't really joined by Amara Carr or many of her teammates, but I thought that was very close to being LBW. I know that you were sorting out something a minute ago there, yes, Kevin, so you didn't quite see it, but I don't think that was a bad shout for an LBW, which We've put a couple of jangles through the Vipers. I know there's not that many to score and there's still batting to come, but another wicket here that you've lost 4 down, and a bit of pressure that you're always looking. No one wants to come in this situation, do they?
No, that's for sure. Might be a few minutes late, but apologies to BBC Radio Solent listeners on the sports show this afternoon. You're with us at Chelmsford. I know you've been listening for the last few minutes as the Vipers are close to securing victory. That's a delivery from Kelly Castle down the leg side, which Paige Schofield was trying to work away with a cross-batted shot, but missed. Yes, the Vipers have been very good here today. Won the toss and elected to bowl first. It was a good decision. They had the Sunrisers at 30 for 3 and struggling somewhat, but then there was a decent partnership as Castle comes in again, and this time Schofield drives and gets an inside edge behind square on the leg side. They'll pick up 2. Just to hurry there, Schofield, the last couple of yards. You heard Amara Carr behind the stumps there asked for the run out. I think Schofield was just surprised the way the ball came in and skidded over this turf, because it's got a little bit of dampness on it. We've had light rain in the air for a little while, on and off, and it's just making the ball skid a little bit. Schofield moves on to 4, 184 for 3. The Vipers need 19. But Naomi Datani and Maddie Villiers put on 98 for the 4th wicket, and got Sunrisers back in the game. But generally, the Sunrisers total of 202 all out always looked as though would be well within the Vipers' range, and so it's proved so far. Schofield cuts and misses, and the score remains on 184 for 3. Schofield's had a good game actually, 3 for 33 with a medium pace seam. Bowls well actually, mixes the pace up, and it certainly caused problem for the batsman. A little quicker one every now and then, a little slower one, and they struggle to time it off her bowling. And there's another delivery which is driven up to mid-on by Schofield, and there is no run. But the Vipers started really well, 18 off the first 2, and England batsman Danny Wyatt, first time I've seen her play, and she does look class. She seems to time the ball better than most, with not a lot of effort, and quite enjoyable to watch. That's cut away to or into the covers, and there's no run. 66 she made. Georgia Adams, the daughter of Chris Adams, the former Sussex and England player, she made 37. They put on 111 for the first wicket in just 17 overs and set the Vipers on their way. Here they are then, 184 for 3. That's full on leg stump, and that's a lovely neat shot off her legs from Paige Schofield, and that's running away towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. It won't quite reach the rope. Quite big rope square of the wicket here, quite big boundaries, and it needs a good shot to get over the line, especially now with the wet sort of outfield where the ball holds up a little bit more. 187 for 3 now, the Vipers. Schofield has 7, Charlie Dean has 23, 16 needed.
This isn't an alien situation for Paige Schofield. That last year's semi-final in the KSL, in 23 were needed. She went to run a ball 12 to make sure they got over the line to beat Loughborough Lightning. So she's used to these situations, these clutch situations where you just need to. You can't really be a hero by just scoring just a teen or a 20, but you can definitely be a villain if you get out. So
yep.
She's used to that.
So Kevin James with you, and Alex Smith, journalist who's been with me all the way since 10:30 this morning. He's enjoyed it. It's a long stint, but he's enjoyed it. That's cut away. Beautiful shot there from Paige Schofield. Through extra cover. Chases on the hit for Sonali Patel, the teenager, and she isn't going to make it. The ball just hits the rope, stops, and that's 4 more to the Vipers total, and closer now to their victory target of 203. They're 191 for 3. And Schofield moves on to 11. She was good in the field as well. She had a good all-round game, good catch as well earlier on in the innings to get rid of Amara Carr. First wicket that the Sunrisers lost. Catch at mid-wicket, and she also got a good run out to get rid of Katie Midwood. That was the second wicket to fall. Good throw from her right over the top of the stumps, and Midwood was out by a country mile. That's pushed up to mid-on by Schofield for a single, moves on to 12. The Vipers' total has always kept ticking over, and they've never really had a period where runs have been hard to come by. They've always found the gaps, always found the boundaries when they wanted, and with over 15 overs remaining, this looks like being a fairly simple victory. As Villiers bowls, she's bowled well today. That's turned to backward point, and there is no run. She's a very good player, Maddie Villiers, a local girl from Essex. She's one of the England centrally contracted players playing in this game. One of the is it 24 that were allocated to the various 8 hubs who were contesting this Rachael Heyhoe Trophy competition, which lasts for around about a month, with finals day at Edgbaston. Villiers bowls from the Hayes close end, and that's turned up to mid-wicket. That's a good diving stop.
Really good piece of fielding there.
Super.
It's a bit of wetness on the dew on the top of the grass helps that, and always very enjoyable to slide across there.
It's good fun, isn't it, sliding in this sort of weather.
Exactly. It's just stopped raining again, but the wind has got up again. And
it's been a cold old day, but it's not been too uncomfortable, as Dean just pushes that out on the leg side. The Vipers just taking their time here, really. Don't need to panic. If anything, actually, it's got a fraction brighter. The good news is that there's new floodlights here, and they are very, very good. And the old ones that got a little bit dark, to be fair, which sounds silly when you've got lights, but they were. That's cut away nicely. That's going to backward point boundary. Too short there from Villiers, who's in her last over. And that was Charlie Dean that hit that one. She's on to 27, and the Vipers need to 7 to win here. Their opening match. They are back in action on Monday at the Western Storm. That probably on paper looks a much more difficult game. Just looking at the Western Storm today, they're at the South East Stars. Western Storm need 38 to win from another 15 overs. They're 129 for 4, chasing 167. So it looks like Monday's game between the Storm and the Vipers could be between two sides that won their opening match. We've already had one result in the Northern Group this afternoon. Northern Diamonds beat the Central Sparks by 9 wickets. So 4 games taking place today. And start of a new over. It's down the leg side from Kelly Castle, the seam bowler, and that'll be another single to the Vipers total. 197 for 3. They need to 6.
Just a word, that was the end of Maddie Villiers. Obviously now 10 overs, 149, and to go along with her 60 odd earlier. That
played well, isn't he? Now there's a lovely shot that's lifted high over mid wicket. There's 4 of them. Lovely shot there from Paige Schofield. She moves on to 16. Full-time professional Paige. Not everybody in this game is full-time pro, although it's an all-pro league. A few of these women are on sort of match-to-match basis, but they're all being paid, and that's the Vipers 200 up, and that's come at the start of the 36th. Schofield moves on to 16. 2 runs needed by the Vipers then. And this game very nearly reaching its conclusion. It's been a good game, isn't it, Alex, actually, even though it's been one-sided?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of quality on both sides with both the bat and the ball.
That's driven up to mid-off. We have a lot of quality.
We've seen a lot of good batting. I think Datani and Villiers earlier for Sunrisers put on, was it 98 in 20 overs, scored a decent rate with recovery and then building. Well, that was exceptional. We saw some good bowling from Schofield. The 2 opening bowlers for the Vipers were exceptional.
Castle to Schofield, who caps away, misses. Taken by Amara Carr behind the stumps, who's had a good game behind the stumps. He's looked a good keeper.
There's 2 Vipers opening bowlers, Lauren Bell, who got good movement, and Tara Noyce. They've really put pressure on early doors, and then just this chase has been, I can't think of any of the batsmen who have batted badly here. They've all got themselves in, they've all batted very, very nicely for the Vipers.
Castle bowls, and that's cut away by Schofield, but can't find the gap on the offside, so we still await these final 2 runs for the Vipers to win, and unfortunately it looks like that BBC Radio Solent's own commentator Emily Windsor isn't going to get a bat here. She's due next in on the scorecard, but it doesn't look as though she's going to get a bat. It's Castle again bowls, slightly slower ball, that's driven up to mid-off by Schofield. It's been quite an accurate over actually, this one from Castle, which is just prolonging the agony a little bit for the Sunrisers. Castle's in her 3rd over, 1 for 14.
Only 1 scoring shot now, just 2 to win. That come this over or next over, but it's going to come sooner rather than later now for the Vipers, who have been the better side, as we kept on saying this afternoon.
Castle bowls and Schofield drives, hasn't found the gap. I thought she had. They're coming through for a single anyway. Oh, she has to hurry. The throw hits the stumps. But Schofield's home, ran the bat in, and fortunately for her she did. It's a really good piece of fielding at mid-off. And That looked a bit close, I have to say. It was Lithie McLeod. That she's a right-handed thrower, but actually went slightly to her left. She actually did well to get the ball in and to hit the stumps as well. Good piece of fielding, but it means that the Vipers at 202 for 3 are level on score with the Sunrisers, and from now need just one more run to win. 14 overs to go. It, as we say, is going to be a pretty emphatic victory for the Vipers here. It looks like, hopefully, I'm going to speak to Danny Wyatt after the game. So that interview hopefully might go out on BBC Radio Silent between now and 6 o'clock, and might also go out on the Hampshire Cricket website as well. So listen out for that. Danny Wyatt in particularly good form. I have to say, it's the first time I've seen her. About 66 off 73 deliveries, and believe me, she took her time. She played the way she wanted to play. That could have quite easily have been, the strike rate could have quite easily been more than 90, as it shows. New over from Katie Wolf.
I just wanted to ask you, as this is your, as we're just coming to the end of this game, this is your first sort of real exposure to women's cricket, that what have you thought of it? Someone who's been in cricket for 40 odd years or 50 years with all your, with the academy and all that, with Middlesex,
it's been good.
first class cricket.
I've enjoyed it, I have to say. It's been good. It's been lots of good stuff out there. Katie Wolf bowling to Paige Schofield, and there's the winning runs. That's swatted over square leg and it's gone for 6. It was a low full toss, swung away hard on the leg side by Paige Schofield, and the Vipers move on to 208 for 3. Schofield 23 not out, Charlie Dean 27 not out, and the Vipers have beaten the Sunrisers by 7 wickets in their opening game in this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Emphatic in the end. That, I think that's the way to describe that. It was a dominant performance with the bat. They bowled well.